Hi and hello, everyone out there. This is Mark Delacroix, Lorelink Product Lead, back again with yet another exciting actual play. Though this one will be a little bit different. We're going to start this one from the very beginning, which is a very good place to start, I believe, is a quote I've heard someplace. We are here today with basically talking about Shadowlight and Personae. We are here with Craig, and we also have Mike and 20. Let me actually click the right button. I'm going to do it. I'm going to click the right one. There's the right button. People are visible. Basically, people can be seen, and people should be able to be heard if people should be heard. And so, basically,
Hello, happy time zone.
yay. We have Craig, basically Craig, Mike, and 20.
Greetings, programs.
All right. So I will let basically. So we're here to talk about Shadowlight and Personae, basically, and I will let Craig introduce this as he is the designer of for Shadowlight. So what is this all about?
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Craig. Uh, I have adopted Tezrek as my kind of pseudo handle, I guess you can call it. Really, he was my very first D&D character back in 1993, and so he has remained with me in some way, shape, or form ever since. So Shadowlight and Persona um, is the result of a collected philosophy of game that has taken shape and evolved over the years, um, but has really adopted or at least the intent was to adopt a highly collaborative environment where everybody gets a share of the agency at the table. It is way more if I were using learning methodology terms, it's way more constructivist than directivist. The chorus is a facilitator, is there to set situations and ask questions, incorporate the answers into the world, and guide instead of direct, instead of be the final arbiter, so to speak, the way that some other games paint the role of the game master. Um, I would say the primary inspiration for this game is anthology short fiction, specifically anthology television fiction. So the two biggest inspirations in that format historically for me would be Twilight Zone and the original Star Trek. Um, so every episode being encapsulated, and it might be set in the far future, or it might be set in the old west, or it might be set in medieval times. I can't. Oh no, Twilight Zone episodes immediately come to mind about that, but nevertheless, the setting, the tone, the theme, the premise is up to the players at the table, is up to every individual table, but the primary themes are uh, strange occurrences, exploring those strange occurrences, and discovering some truth or truths that unfold from delving into those strange occurrences. So that's kind of the groundwork. That's the foundation, and then game creation goes through a series of three stages: set design, which is game creation; casting, which is character creation; and showtime, which is actual gameplay. So the first thing the group would talk about is what kind of game they want to play. Again, the four main touchstones being premise, genre, setting, and tone. Uh, and then make sure everybody's on the same page as far as content goes, subject matter, safety tools, making sure that if certain subject areas make people uncomfortable, would detract from their fun in the gameplay experience. That everybody is aware of that, and we do the best we can to either gloss over or completely avoid. And then we keep that open so that in the event that somebody doesn't say at the very beginning, well, I have a hard line on X, but then they realized, 3 or 4 sessions in that they have a hard line on X. Well, it's not like okay, well, that hardline X was never mentioned in the beginning. It's fair game. That's no,
Mm-hmm.
that's not fun. So being open and empathetic to everyone's background and lived experiences should be at the forefront. Safety tools are not just there safe to help us be safe. They are also enjoyment aids. They're not only are you going to list the things that you don't want to see, but you're going to list the things that you do want to see.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your X's, but you also have your O's, and your O's are like, okay, this is awesome. I want more of this. Um, so all those things are going to be discussed in game creation, and there may be some relevant questions to ask, or that the chorus, who is the GM, wants to think about. Um, but once you have those things in place, then you go into character creation, and you have a flow chart or a series of steps to follow for everybody to create their character. Once everybody's created their character, then it's time to get started playing.
Yeah, basically, we will 100% echo and agree on the basically safety isn't something that you should basically think like, oh, I should make it fast enough, because we're always exploring basically fascinating and interesting in different places and putting ourselves into unusual circumstances. So, like, obviously, when you're in a group of strangers, this is super important to have in this game to go through. But even when you're just amongst a group of friends, but even if you've known them for years, you may not know how they react to particular circumstances, because those just don't come up very often. Basically, how often is someone trapped in a small box? How often is someone basically absolutely covered in some kind of snakes or something like that they react badly to?
Mm-hmm.
Or basically swimming, had basically a bad experience swimming. They're fine with pools, but you trap them in a drowning, flooding situation, and they may have problems, etc. They may not even realize it. So having those tools in place basically just means basically you're friends with mimes being trapped in a small box is really common. Thank you, Tony. But basically making sure that you basically, if you don't have basically, give them a chance to talk about it, and then make it clear that, hey, it's cool if you need us to be like, nope, basically, I thought this was cool, but we need to skip past it. We need to fast forward, or I can't. I can't go. I can't. Let's back up and redo this situation in a way that doesn't involve.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, it's you mentioned pause, back up, fast forward, rewind, and one of the things that I mentioned in the basic game is script change by Bo Shelton, which I find to be a lot more granular than just X card. But I think that more tools is not necessarily a bad thing, just as long as everybody's on the same page. Everybody at the table is on the same page, and they're respectful of each other, and they are able to communicate and feel safe enough to communicate. Then that's where everybody is going to have the most fulfilling experience.
Yep. And most of the times they'll be invisible. You'll be having a good time. Everything will be fine. Much like a seatbelt. Basically, you only realize you're wearing it 90% of the time, but when the 10% of the time you really need it, you're glad it's there.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, basically, we're doing something a little bit different here this time. Basically, because this is such an interesting kind of meta world, we're going to kind of walk through the world creation, basically stage 1 and then stage 2, which will be character. Basically, and then we'll go through those to basically see how things come out, and basically we have time left after that. We're going to show up the mechanics and things like that behind it. I'm going basically now or never attitude of such and zero is terrible. Yeah, basically never shut down stuff, because again, being suddenly showing up and being like, hey, I've just suddenly realized I have a problem with this. And it could be something that's changed in your life recently. Basically, you thought everything was good, but then an incident with a friend or a parent has changed your relationships, and things like that. And suddenly you're a lot more sensitive to relationship drama than you were previously. And you're like, hey, I don't want to deal with that right now. I'm dealing with that outside of here, and I don't want that in here. Everyone should be able to be like, okay, that's cool. move on. You should never be so locked into your story that you're like, well, we can't do this. This is 100%. We have to go through it.
Exactly.
And basically, that's not the point of that's not the point of role playing. That's not the point of getting together and having fun at the table. Okay, so basically starting.
Yeah, of course, they're going to be
Good.
I was just going to say, they're going to be circumstances where you have to be exceptionally kind of open and patient to people's safety needs, especially when you don't know them well. You're in a convention environment. A lot of the concept of the game going in will do a lot of the heavy lifting, but even within a concept, you still have room for people to for their safety issues or safety concerns, I guess, to be you have to be especially careful in an environment where not everybody knows each other well, I guess is the short version.
Yep. 100%. Basically, and basically, like, it's important amongst friends, and it's triply important if you are doing a pickup game with people you may not know as well. Basically, and again, none of these things are going to be they shouldn't be onerous or anything like that. It shouldn't be a 20,000 page document that everybody has to fill out at the start of every session, basically clarifying your intents and everything on that. But it should be a quick, like, cool. Here are the features. Here are the things we've set up as safety stuff. Use them if you need to. And in session 0 should cover some of that. Especially when you are talking about, okay, this is the type of world we're doing, because again, you shouldn't be building yourself into a corner, and right. Going like, hey, I have to have child endangerment in my game in order for my game to work, only to find out halfway through that, oh, hey, several of my players have problems with child endangerment, basically in my game. And so, yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, hey, like, you could see it happening, and it's one of those you're like, okay, some people. And so you have to be open and have to be willing to change, and that's why session 0, doing it at the beginning, before you set things up, is important to do. So basically, for the purposes of this stream, we're not going to be going too far into it, but we have chats in multiple places. So if anyone if we do touch on anything in this group, feel free to ping in Discord or anything like that. And that even goes somewhat for our audience as well. If we start drifting into a thing where a bunch of people start getting uncomfortable, feel free to ping us. Let us know, like, hey guys, you're getting a little bit weird or something like that. We're always open for feedback and things like that to let us know. Challenge the danger turns me into a murder hobo. Okay. There's only so much I can comment on that, so I'm just going to leave it alone and keep going.
Moving right along.
Yep. But some things just hit you, and you have to stop and revert. It's fine. Okay, audience, members, people who are streaming here, obviously. We have the chat that is set aside. That is not on the stream. If you need to talk about something, feel free to ping something in there. I will be checking that. I will have that up and available. I guess before we start, is there anything? Obviously, we just talked about child endangerment and things like that being a problem. Is there any because we're going to talk about a world and things like that? Is there any subject matters that people are want to set right on the table of no X?
Yes. No zombies, please.
Cool.
Okay.
Not a huge fan of spiders.
Okay.
No sexual violence. No violence against people with little agency, aka I guess children, the young, the venerable. Also, no violence against creatures that are kind of pet coded, domestic coded. No kicking dogs or anything like that, unless they're like if they're surrounded by a black aura and are breathing fire. I mean, that's a slightly different type of dog, unless we wind up in an interesting place, I don't know if anybody's going to have a hellhound as a pet. But yeah, I generally I'm a big fan of fur family, and we're not going to be hitting puppies with a baseball bat or anything like that, because that would be bad. That would be scary. Yes, and sad. Yeah, exactly. Yep. We love puppies.
That makes 100% sense.
That's really my biggest subject matter issues.
Cool. And basically, and as the chorus, basically, and I will kind of state, basically, I will basically agree with all of those, as well as basically kind of adding in, basically, because this is a professional working environment, basically, that these are, in fact, people who are working with each other in a professional capacity. I will tend to steer away from relationships and things like that, just because of the fact that you start edging into, hey, this is a professional environment. Don't make things weird with your coworkers.
Don't. Yeah, exactly.
Basically, so it's basically if you wouldn't do it in a professional work environment, basically, obviously, we don't really want to do that here on stream either, because this is basically, for as much fun and other stuff we're having, this is still a job to many of us, and so this is a working environment, and power dynamics are a thing. So basically, we will go. Basically, so we. I mean, who wouldn't?
Keep that in mind.
Yep, keep that in mind. Who wouldn't adopt a hellhound? By the way, basically, they're a cute, fuzzy animal that can provide you s'mores at any time. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want free access to s'mores?
Nice one, Thorn. Thanks.
I could build a fire. I don't look. Cleaning up the brimstone would be. Just...
I mean, hellhounds are very much outdoor dogs. Yeah. I mean, basically, unless you have to change some things. Not great with carpeting.
Scorches on the hardwood.
Yeah. I mean, dog breath flavored s'mores.
Granite flooring. I mean, is that what we're talking about?
I mean, yeah. It's tile is fine. Tile will probably work fine. But as long as their nails don't scratch it up too much, you're probably okay. Oh, okay. So now that we've established that, and basically the next step that we move into, basically going through, basically, and basically going through the game creation, and this can be something that can be done as a group, or it can be done basically just by the chorus alone.
Yes, and I actually the last time that I ran S&P for a group in person, I came to them and said, yeah, we talk about this together, but I've got a really here's my idea, here's my pitch as the chorus, and everybody was like, yeah, I'm down for that. So some tables are going to say, we have this group, we have this discussion together, and we agree on everything together, in whether it's on a video conferencing call or in person physically, we discuss these things together, or somebody comes with some type of pitch in mind, whether that's the chorus or another player. It's gonna that setup and that situation is going to vary from one table to the next. Traditionally in a TTRPG, somebody learns to play a game, winds up being the GM, and then kind of comes with the game, brings the pitch of tone and setting and genre with it. But in this case, it's going to be either it's going to come from the chorus, from a group discussion, or some combination thereof.
And so basically, going through that, basically, we're making a little bit more of an open discussion. I have some ideas, but basically, rather we won't get stuck in a rut because we do have a limited time frame. But basically, we could go ahead and basically kind of talk through it and just basically get input from people and see what ideas and other interesting things are. So basically, the first question that is asked, basically listed here, is what is the setting? And so basically, is it a real world? Is it a fictional world? If it is a fictional world, basically what type of fictional world is it? And then your next kind of question following up on that is it a more past focused, a present focused, or a future focused world? So it's the real world, but the future, meaning a more grounded, realistic sci-fi is what I would I would look at that as. Basically past, obviously is going to be historical fiction, and present is your urban type, basically your typical urban type stories. And by urban I mean basically cities, towns, things like that, taking place in a modern world, modern setting. And then obviously you can throw variations from there. You can have urban fantasy if you want more of your vampires and basically mages, basically urban mages type thing. Or you can do historical fantasy or historical fiction, basically kind of alternate history if you want to basically change up the past. And obviously the future is wide open, and basically there are many different settings that can be future. So before I throw an idea onto the table, does anyone have an idea like, oh man, it's gonna be really cool if we did X or Y today?
You throw out your idea, sir.
Okay. I would kind of go with a kind of futuristic bounty hunting type, type game where the idea is the fact that in the future, basically space travel exists, but it is still slow. Multiple, weeks, months to get between destinations. So law enforcement and empires don't really necessarily exist. But so there's a group of people who who are the bounty hunters, who are tasked with going from planet to planet to deal with those who have attempted to escape justice via fleeing. So they live kind of a lonely life.
So Chronicles of Riddick?
Chronicles of Riddick, Bebop. The only twist I might throw in there, just to kind of reflect the anthology nature of the system we're using, is that we've gotten out into space and we've discovered that physics doesn't work necessarily the same everywhere. So one planet might be a hard sci-fi planet, the next planet might be a more fantasy type setting. And the next one might be a completely different type of setting. For those who are familiar with it,
because just other civilizations can have developed. If you're talking about a space setting, you go from star system to star system. It could be that the civilization that the players come from, if they all come from the same one, maybe their tech level is only space travel at sublight speeds. But maybe there are other species that have fast FTL, that have instantaneous FTL. So the technology might be out there, it just may not necessarily be accessible to everybody.
When you say FTL, you mean faster than light, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Hyperspace, warp, subspace, space folding, just instantaneous jump drives.
Ways of cheating good old Einstein.
That's
Yes.
one of the fun parts of Dune, honestly, is the fact that technically faster than light travel exists, and it is so incredibly inaccessible, that only one organization controls it.
Right.
So is that basically 20? Do you have anything? Any comments or anything like that on? Okay, cool.
No, I'm gonna roll with the punches.
That's fine.
So is this going to be strictly futuristic or retro future? We're going to have like steampunk spaceships, or
retro future is always an interesting, always an interesting way to do it. Basically dirty tech cassette punk.
Diesel punk.
Basically, yeah. Basically, I heard the cassette punk as a term to describe Alien, and I've always found that a great way of describing
cassette punk. Wow.
Yeah, basically that era of technology where it's in the future, but everything is still green character-driven displays, super advanced, but at the same time, basically hardware is all kind of 1980s tech, just super powered behind the scenes.
CRT monitors.
Yep.
It's like a world of engineers and no graphic designers.
Oh my god. Martine would hate it.
So what if we were, because let's say that the the galaxy does not have a single global unified government. So us as this like circuit riding justice squad, we are the only because we're the ones capable, the only people that sign on to the service are the only ones that are willing to get their hands dirty. And they literally just go from system to star system to star system, cluster to cluster, planet to planet. They show up and they say, does anybody have any problems that they can't deal with on their own? Okay, if that's the case, then let's have us help.
I like it. Basically fits well into it, like the anthology idea that we're talking about here. Okay. Does anyone have basically a good name for this group? We'll start with the easy kind of softball type question. Basically, does anyone have a good name for that group? I say it's a softball question. I watch everybody
That's not
twitch.
a softball.
Naming things, you know how easy that is.
People say softball.
It's one of the hardest problems.
Softballs are easy to hit, and actually they're not.
It's a softball. The fact it's a softball. Paul basically hits by a call
from an old ball player.
Yeah, College World
softball is no joke.
College World Series of softball. Those people whip those balls hard.
Yes.
We are the Federation.
Okay, your mic cut out just at the right moment. It was absolutely hilarious.
Oh no, we are the Federation.
Oh my god.
Federation, as in Boba Fett?
Exactly.
All right. If you don't want that, you gotta come up with something better. It's the veto and replace system here, folks.
Let's see. So hold on. How about wait? I got an idea. So wait. So let's say do FETT as an acronym.
Oh.
So Federated Enforcers of I want to use trespass and terror, but it's got to be like Federated Enforcers Against Trespass and Terror. So that's what I'm. So you'd have to throw an A in there, but basically it could be,
We throw the A in there to keep Disney's lawyers off of us. It's FEATT. Pronounced FET. But legally distinct, and we can trademark it. It's great. Yeah, they're talking about Fifth Element in the chat. We're gonna lose Mike here. there's one movie Mike could probably talk about
no.
for several streams.
Oh, absolutely. I love The Fifth Element.
I mean, I can talk about how much I love it. I mean, yeah.
I honestly don't know how many times I have seen that movie, but it's probably 100.
All right. So basically, we've got our setting kind of set up here. And the next question, basically, this one is kind of basically asking a little bit more, basically, Dramatis Personae. Basically, this is where we kind of establish what's the overall, because we're going for an anthology look here, but we kind of want something overall, kind of overarching it. Is it so what would catch your guys' attention? That would be an interesting, basically, opposition, basically moving force to this. Basically, and how did it come into being? And then basically, there are other questions basically that go further on, which are basically could get more detailed in terms of basically the chorus might want to answer those. But we'll start with that, just in terms of basically what are people thinking in terms of basically what is FET? Basically what is this organization? What could be that would basically be keeping this basically more overall as opposed to just small troubles on planets as they move from system to system.
Well, maybe it starts off small, going from system to system, but there some sort of a pattern emerges. Maybe there's a series of robberies, murders, destruction of resources, and there's a bigger conspiracy involved.
Okay.
Maybe at some point an ethical dilemma because you realize that the bounty you've gone to retrieve is actually maybe on the right side, and you've got to stop and ask yourself a hard question.
Ooh. Yeah.
Kind
Like you look through the crosshairs, and all of a sudden you're looking at a kid.
Or
nope.
Or a kid, or like we can incorporate some of the ideas of like cyberpunk, where we've been sent a bounty, but actually these people are rising up against something dystopian or oppressive.
They're attempting to unionize.
Hashtag not funny because it's real.
Sorry, that is always a safety concern. That's good. It's kind of just sort of getting back. Because sometimes people are like, hey, that's a little bit too close to reality. I don't want to deal with it. But basically, people want to basically use it as an opportunity to basically kind of express their feelings on it. Basically, in terms of basically use it as a message. Basically, that is also acceptable.
I mean, yeah, some bounty hunter groups are going to stay, quote unquote, neutral. They're going to take jobs because they're jobs. They're going to take bounties because they're bounties. But anybody with a conscience may start to turn them down if they are, they discover. But that's the whole thing is that so the bounty hunter on the face of it might take the job and not ask any questions. But maybe this group accidentally discovers, oh heck, this is somebody who is conducting industrial sabotage because their employer is treating workers unfairly. And well, now all of a sudden I don't want to, maybe I don't want to take that bounty anymore, and B, well, maybe now I want to help them out. You never know what the path is where you're gonna get led to.
Okay.
But yes, I'm all in favor of ethical dilemmas.
I think about the train job from Firefly. We did this amazing epic job and then realize we're stealing medicine from the people that desperately need it.
Yep.
So I guess basically that kind of leads, basically it sounds like there's going to be at least one, maybe more, basically, but like basically evil organizations, evil corporations who are perhaps sponsors of FET, perhaps owners of FET. Do we have a good? Anyone got a good scummy corporate scummy corporate name? Again, do you remember we are on Twitch? Basically, this platform is sponsored by Amazon. And so if you want, basically, we are technically Twitch affiliates, so you know.
Umbrella Corp.
That's when we turn to anagram generator.
This is where I do remind you, basically, if you are listening to us on Twitch and you do have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can in fact take money from Jeff Bezos and give it to us via the gaming@amazon.com link there. And basically, that is a way of doing that. Basically, subscriptions are never needed. Basically, we enjoy them. It's not our main purpose here. We love followers are the best way to obviously support us. But we always love subscription as well, especially when they take money from Jeff Bezos and give it to us so that he spends less money on yachts and we can spend them on we spend them on in-game yachts. We might buy a yacht DLC. But that's the closest we'll ever get.
Okay, so I have a good terrible and I just by using an anagram generator I have Alwyn Alwyn Dine Dyane.
Alwyn. That sounds great.
Alwyn Dine.
Okay.
Love it.
But see, you could have a layer to it where, because depending on what is generating what kind of quote unquote laws are generating the bounties, you could have Thet be independent, maybe shares of it are owned. Then you get a whole espionage brinksmanship layer where our business is using Thet against each other. That's certainly that's a wide swing, but yeah.
Great River Galactic. Basically, you say that, and basically, I instantly picture that logo that 6 million corporations use. The little triangle with the river in the middle of it. That's basically is everywhere. That every corporation uses. But nothing to say we can't have 2 evil corporations. So I'll enter that one as well. Pardon the loud keyboard. Let me know if it gets too loud, and I'll mute when I'm typing.
Mark likes clicky keys.
I like clicky keys. I cannot lie.
I can't argue with that.
Mine are pretty clicky too.
Okay.
My keyboard is highly tactile, minimal click.
Yeah, basically, I do feel like I need when I switch to my next one, I need one of the firm press, but basically less click. At least on my streaming computer, I should probably switch to one of those. Unless I'm doing ASMR with keyboard clicking, which I'll put this into a different category here on Twitch.
Can I add that to my safety list?
Yes, you can.
Now, let's not take too lightly of the safety list.
I'm serious. I actually have blocked the ASMR hashtag on a number of social media platforms.
Oh, okay.
It got completely overwhelming.
That's understandable and fair. Okay.
Apparently, the sounds that some people find relaxing just stress me out.
Understandable.
Especially if you can't understand what's being said, because then it's always like, okay, am I losing my mind? Am I going deaf? Am I having a processing problem? Like,
Okay. All right. So basically, kind of going through the list, basically, so what is the mystery that might capture the player's attention? And so that is obviously going to be basically we're going to stumble onto this basically this corporate malfeasance, corporate cross. Basically, you're going to find yourselves in basically in the middle of this kind of corporate war and fight basically with your basically your ethics and your personal levels of means of justice versus the basically versus the act getting paid and basically keeping your job. Basically, how has this mystery come into being? I think we've kind of answered that. Obviously, there's going to be kind of a crossroads point where you're asked to do basically a bounty is going to push this group to the edge, basically kind of to make a decision here. Why is it a mystery? What has basically I guess this is a good question here. Why is this a mystery? What has prevented this from basically coming to basically from being solved and from its truth from coming to light? So basically what would possibly obviously is this the first time that are these corporations normally seen as benevolent and beneficent and basically no one has caught on to it? Is it the fact that you are so far out into space and something basically between planets and something has changed? Kind of basically how do we
that's a good point, because maybe we're able to data or information does not travel as quickly as vessels. So yeah, you can get to near sea sublight travel is possible, but the technology to transmit radio wireless communications is not, for whatever reason. So news updates are like the Pony Express. They're you have digital couriers who bring news in a very compartmentalized format, and then they're subject to the delays of space travel.
So basically, news is good.
It's really a fun world wrinkle when you have that situation where physical travel is actually faster than the travel of information. It really flips our expectations on its head, and it can be a really interesting limitation to deal with.
My brain is struggling to even conceptualize that because everything is so instantaneous in 2025.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with interstellar distances, light speed is not very fast compared to, I don't know, if you have even the slightest bit of faster than FTL, you can be someplace so much faster than the information can arrive.
Well, maybe the prevailing technology level is that we have just barely broken the light barrier.
Yeah.
So,
right.
So there's nothing faster than like 1.1 C.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, it definitely gives you a little bit more insight in terms of who these people are. Who basically, again, we talked about a little bit about these people, the only ones who get their hands dirty. They're also going to be a much more kind of individualist type people, because you're going to be basically kind of on your own for whatever the time is between worlds and things like that, and you're going to be you will be bringing basically your bards, your Pony Express couriers, your basically you're ahead of everything else, but also separated from everything else.
And we have access to, we're probably the ones that have the level of access to the most current information, but there's even a chance that we'll wind up missing things, and it's those gaps where the corporations are hiding in and pulling off their shenanigans. They're no good hijinks, horseplay.
Okay, so basically the mystery causing problem or problems. Basically, the answer to that is basically yes, but only for certain people. Basically, and it's going to be a basically as the mystery kind of comes as this slowly comes to light. It's going to be a divisive thing. Some people are going to be like, well, that's a problem, we have to do something about it, and some people are going to be like, that sounds like that sounds like it's too much effort or too much pain, or for their own reasons not want to interact with it. Basically, are there truths beyond the mystery? If so, are they reachable? And that's always the interesting question with these things, is basically, do we want there to be at the end of this? Basically, and this is a good kind of setting type question in terms of basically, do we want this to be a solvable problem, or is this a rallying again? Basically, do we want this to be David and Goliath, where David wins, or is this closer to Alien? To you basically talk about some of the other stuff where the players can defeat the current situation, but there's always that feeling that the corporations are still going to get away with it. There's still, Wayland Yutani is going to have a backup. Wayland Yutani is going to have some, basically, isn't going to care about the risks and basically ignore the dangers and will keep pressing on, despite what the player characters do. I guess that's obviously for a more longer term campaign. That would be a question that we would ask. We're doing more of a one shot here, but that would be a great question to ask your players, is how do you want this campaign to feel? Because basically that's important as the game master, as you're creating these stories, to realize that long-term feeling that you give to your players is going to affect their enjoyment of the game. If they come in expecting an escapist romp where basically the Union Busters get thrown out of an airlock, basically everyone unionizes, and basically everyone goes home, basically everything, basically you're starting down the path to utopian society, and you're coming in with the dark thing of, yes, you managed to pull it off, but basically then the corporate overlords start charging you for air, and basically now it's a slow death. Basically, as you're on this, basically everything just starts to slowly deteriorate, decay, and we're going to end with a Blake 7 type ending here, to pull a really wild and old reference out. And
I think that you can have part of that conversation could be, especially if you're playing a campaign that takes place over multiple sessions, you can have, we're going to have, so to give you an example, which hopefully will be helpful, the last campaign that I ran of S&P was in person, and the pitch that I gave everybody is that it's the year 2000 and your 15-year high school reunion is coming up, and when you all return to your hometown for your 15-year high school reunion, you start to notice weird stuff happening. And so we're going to play this campaign out over the course of 10 sessions. And the 10 sessions are going to be the week leading up to your reunion, and you're going to start to experience strange stuff happening, and it's all going to happen within the span of this amount of time. So I think that's a good game creation question is how open-ended do we want this to be? How long do we want this to last for? do we want this to be a finite, discrete number of sessions, or do we want to just play this until we're all of a sudden we all look at each other and say, I think this is done. Obviously we're not television producers. We're not scouting out a 5-season television series, but people's tastes and interests are going to change. I personally lean more closely nowadays to shorter campaigns that are not open-ended, that have you have room to explore and you have room for everybody to have agency on the outcome, but ultimately you structure things in such a way that everybody has a certain degree of expectation about what it's going to look like by the time it's done.
Yeah, and that basically that's important for, especially in today's day and age, that people want to know basically, oh hey, I'm getting into this and it's going to be basically we're gonna play this until we get tired of playing it, or if it's this is a set, basically be respectful of people's time. Basically people are very busy, people have lots of stuff, and so don't surprise people with something that is basically a 60-year campaign if they're coming in expecting this to be a fun couple of one-shots that they play with, and then you move on to something else, or it's basically a less of a demand on their time, because a lot of people time commitments are important things. So and also it's better for you as the person running the game to establish that in your mind as well. In terms of, again, I always urge people whenever you're planning these things, when you first start off and you're planning like what we're doing here, don't go too deep into the planning at this point, because your players are always going to throw you loopholes and curves and give you interesting stuff to deal with and things like that.
Exactly.
But have an arc. Have something so that when your players do throw something interesting at you, you have something to feed it towards, that they'll be excited and interested to see later. Oh hey, I love this thing we threw in there has come back in a major way and ended up being a major plot point, because you knew about it, and you could rewrite your plot point or redirect your plot point, or move it in the right direction, to get it into fit it into your overall arc, so your players get narratively get an interesting narrative experience, and you don't have you don't waste a bunch of your work. That's always the thing where you're like, hey, I thought my players were going to go right, and they just did a hard left and then just left that area I spent all that time planning on. They're players, they don't know about that. But basically the best part is the fact that you as a GM always have the ability to move stuff and change stuff around in order to best keep things in focus and then in play. So that's kind of Redis.
Do you think we have enough to work with as far as the game creation is concerned?
Probably. This is there's the next couple of sections you've got here are stakes and implications, and those are definitely more chorus related, GM related questions. I feel like at this point we would probably this would be the start of the session 0, as we would talk about that, and the next section would be going into character creation. Do you want to walk through character creation, since you know it best? Do you want me to go through it?
I'm happy to. You're running the show, so you tell me. If you would like me to, I'd be happy to.
Go ahead. If you are willing to, please walk us through how character creation is going to work at this point, and we can talk through.
Sure. So, does everybody have a blank character sheet in front of them, or how should I share my screen, or?
I do in fact have a blank character sheet in front of me.
I need to actually find where you linked that, Michael. That's not it. Ow.
exactly, yes. So there are examples, and there are some very kind of basic expressions for what your character's abilities can look like, but the ultimate idea is that you pseudocode it to start, and then you talk with the table, you talk with the chorus, and say, "Hey, I would love to be able to, you know, have flowers bloom everywhere I walk." And be like, "Okay, that's awesome. Okay, what's that going to look like mechanically?" And then, is it even going to have it doesn't have to have a mechanical application. It could be purely wherever I walk, flowers bloom. Okay, tell me about that. Okay, what kind of flowers? Are they different? Do you get to decide? Um, you know, some groups, some tables are going to look for a much higher degree of mechanical specificity, and that's cool. And there's room for them to build that in if they want that. And some groups are not going to want that. So, but once I'm just going to look at the reference the basic game and talk us through the character sheet. So
okay, I'll have that up here
in the top left of the corner base. So everybody will pick their character's name, and the first thing that we're going to start with is concept. So you'll have a space on the character sheet for player name and pronouns, character name and pronouns, character concept. So in a game like this, we might have, if we are following our tropes of Firefly-esque space, a pilot, a heavy, somebody who's good in combat, a mechanic. So those would be the type of high-level things that someone would want to think of when coming up with their character concept. But that concept is not a straitjacket. It's meant to be a guide, because what you're going to do is you're going to go, when you go into setting your attributes. So the first thing that you do is you choose an order of importance for your attributes before you actually put values into your attributes. So there are 6 different attributes. There are competence, prowess, cunning, resolve, knowledge, and stature. Competence is your character's force of personality, social awareness, street smarts. Prowess is capacity for organization, rigor, discipline, formal training. Cunning is quickness of wits, perceptiveness, ingenuity, ability to improvise. Resolve is your determination, your force of will. Knowledge is your ability to recall information, your book smarts. And stature is your physical body. It's a combination of how much punishment you can take, as well as your stamina, your endurance, your brute strength. So you don't jump in putting your points into your attributes. You start by setting an order of importance, which will hopefully keep people from making one of their stats a dump stat, or conversely, just jacking one completely off the charts and just, I have a 57 in this and it's my best one. This is meant to just basically keep people mindful, keep people honest, give everybody the opportunity to have 1 or 2 orders of importance where they are better at it than everybody else at the table, so that you have some niche protection, you have some spotlight opportunities for different people to get spotlit. So you, of your 6 attributes, 2 of them are first priority, 2 are second priority, 1 is third priority, and 1 is your hindrance. So you pick those priorities first. Once you pick those priorities, then you have 10 creation points. You assign those creation points to each of your attributes. The order of importance says that Third priority can't be higher than hindrance. Second can't be higher than third. First can't be higher than, I'm sorry, did I hit that backwards? Third can't be higher than second. Second can't be higher than first. Hindrance can't be higher than third, and hindrance is the only attribute that can start at 0. So with those guidelines in hand, in mind, you assign your creation points to your attributes, and they will serve 2 purposes. They will provide you with a modifier for dice rolls, and they will dictate the maximum number of a trait that you can have, and every attribute has a corresponding trait. So your competence dictates the maximum number of unlocked skills you can have, for example. Your cunning dictates the maximum number of enhancements you can have unlocked. Resolve dictates the maximum number of predator you can have unlocked. Knowledge dictates the maximum number of spheres you can have, and stature dictates your vitality. So that would be the first. So think about the concept, establish your orders of importance, your priorities, and then assign your creation points. And that would be a good place to start.
Okay. Basically, I do like basically having a hindrance stat is always interesting. It's one of those things that we've kind of, I won't say lost, but basically has been kind of swept under a little bit in some systems and things like that, is especially like D&D, where everybody now basically like 10 is the average, and a lot of times when people are rolling up characters or establishing characters, everything is above 10. Basically, it's always 12s and 14s and 16s. Basically, if you're doing it, basically, so everyone is basically above average in everything. Basically, maybe average at worst. But a lot of the times,
right, and even the stat that is your hindrance, all it means is that it can start at 0 and it can never be higher than your third. So it gives you, on one hand, yes, it gives you the opportunity to choose that dump stat, but at the same time, it's not something that is going to undercut you. It's not going to be something that's it's not going to be something that's going to harry you for as long as you're playing the game for. At least that's not the intention. It's just the idea that it's more of a metaphorical way for somebody to say, hey, you know what? There's just one area where I'm just not any good.
And that can always be interesting because it leads you to basically kind of a discussion of why is that part to be a part of your character not interesting? Why is that a kind of hazard for you? Basically, why did you not prioritize that over it? Is it the typical old school mage thing where it was just you spent so much time in books that basically exercise never sounded interesting to you, and so you're always basically you've always been a little bit lagging in basically physical activities? Or is it something deeper than that?
Yep.
Is it basically a racking cough that's basically nagged you since childbirth, or things like that? So basically the old Rastal
and there's an opportunity through gameplay to overcome it. And one thing about the priorities and the order of importance is you can have enhancements. You can write yourself an enhancement that says, my third priority and my hindrance get swapped. So the default rule is there's nothing once you've started with your priorities, they can't be changed unless circumstances in the fiction change them, or somebody puts on their character sheet explicitly, I have a trait of some kind, whether it be an enhancement, a predator, a sphere, something specific that says, hey, now all of a sudden my priorities have changed.
Okay. So I guess basically we turn basically, Craig, if you want to basically kind of walk through basically your own, basically if you have an idea for the character, if others have ideas for basically, so you're
sure. So
all part of basically
I'm always a big
good. Basically, I will set the stage,
Yeah.
and everyone is probably going to be members of the basically this FET organization. So you're all part of this. You will have a ship to start with that you will all be basically members on, unless you want to basically say there's a reason why not. But basically, that's kind of the basic idea, and then let you kind of go from there. Basically, kind of go for it.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of the mechanic technician type character when it comes to space games. So that's going to be the kind of concept that I'm going to be aiming for. So I'm going to go probably first priority in knowledge and prowess. Second priority in maybe resolve and cunning. Third priority in competence, and hindrance in stature.
Okay. Mike, do you have basically any ideas jump to your mind?
Yeah, I'm thinking that. So we're bounty hunters, right? I'm probably going to be the hands-on. The marshal, the one wrestling them to the ground, putting the cuffs on, as it were.
Okay.
So I'm thinking probably a stature one and a for top priority, and a maybe a resolve. Going to probably take knowledge as the hindrance. We'll do prowess as a 2, cunning as a 2, and then competence as a 3.
Okay. Let me go ahead, and I will basically kind of also fill out your sheet on stream so people can see what we're talking about as well. I'm also working in the background. I'm also filling it out in LoreLink as well, so we can show that off later as well. Okay. Ideas, 20?
Well, I know I would like to play kind of more stealthy character, but I am transparently, I am really overwhelmed right now. Character creation is my least competent skill as a TTRPGer. Which seems backwards, but like for the audience, the GMs usually pre-gen stuff for us, and that's a lot easier for me. So I need help.
As a stealthy, are you thinking a stealthy roguelike? You thinking a stealthy sniper-like?
Probably roguelike. That's an archetype I understand how to play. I just don't know how to create it. Also, I can't get Acrobat Reader to let me print a character sheet, so I'm struggling right now. I can write on it, but it, like when I go to print, it won't it goes not responding. I don't know what's wrong with Reader today.
So yeah, so there are automatic skills for everybody that everybody has unlocked available to them when play begins, and then based on your and again it's a starting thing, so that's part of the reason why we decided to have a difference between creation points and development points. So creation points work a little bit differently during character creation than development points work for advancement after play begins. So yeah, I would say sneak, hide, skulk, whatever word you want to choose to talk about being sneaky, would be the name of a skill that you would custom unlock. And then, you could call it strike, you can call it stab, you could call it, pound. You can get very general with a skill and say that all that, melee is one skill and ranged is another. I personally encourage people to use active words when it comes to coming up with skills. So strike might be anything that involves hitting someone, and shoot might be anything that involves firing up any type of projectile, any type of weapon that requires you to aim, that throws a projectile. Throw might be throwing knives, axes, things like that. The automatic skills cover a fair amount of ground when it comes to the non-violent applications, which is also a intentional choice. Everybody has a more of a capacity to be good at the non-combat things. The combat things are they involve you unlocking custom skills and using. So, for example, if you start play with a competence of 1, you can begin play with 1 unlocked skill.
Are unlocked skills, are those considered enhancements, or is that something different?
No, enhancements or skills are 2 different things. So
got it. Okay.
Your unlocked skill. So when you're looking at the character sheet on the first page, your automatic skills are all named. They're on the left-hand side. And then there are blank spaces for you to be able to fill in your own custom ones. And skills get a rating, which is the number of dice that you roll for the skill. And they get a modifier, which when all of the automatic ones have their modifier picked for you. When you custom unlock a skill, you'll decide when you unlock it what attribute you want to be the modifier.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, a priority 1 attribute cannot be more than 1 higher than a priority 2 attribute at this point.
No, it's actually it can't be more than 3 higher, because the first priority can be higher by a value equal to your potential threshold. So your potential is the sum of your attributes divided by 10.
Yep.
Your potential threshold is 2 higher than that. So a potential 1 character has a potential threshold of 3.
Right.
So your first priority attribute cannot be any higher than 3 more than your second priority.
Right. That makes sense. And your second priority can never be higher than your first priority?
Can never be
the same as?
Equal to.
Okay.
No, it can be the same as. It just can't be greater than. It could be a species difference. It could be, maybe there are some species of humanoid out there that, their skin bends light.
Can use quantum entanglement. No. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking so far. I think that their stature is going to be their hindrance. They're a small person. And we're gonna go with human because I'm human and I know how to be human.
I mean, speak for yourself. I don't know what I am, but I'm definitely not human.
I am speaking for myself. There is no requirement of others in this call. So I'm thinking, because of their stature, they have an aptitude for stealth, but it's also hard-won knowledge, and they got caught a few times when they were young, and have learned how to not get caught as best as possible. And so I'm thinking that cunning will be their first priority, along with prowess, I think. Yeah, I think I've got that part. Do you want me to transmit that information to you, Mark? Okay. Clever.
It's like this whole effort is to integrate with your own product. How innovative, how inspiring.
Exclaim
Yeah, unfortunately,
GS in chat.
Yeah,
Oh, I muted it.
I
muted
really
that.
struggled. I had at one point in time, I had a form fillable character sheet, and building a form fillable character sheet in what I used originally, which was Acrobat, but I have vowed to never use an Adobe product ever again unless I have a ton help in my head. So building form fillable things is complicated, needless to say. So I am very much looking forward to Lore Link being the way that I offer this in online games as the form fillable character sheet.
That would be awesome.
Yes, and it's great because I have this all excellently well done. I have this beautiful speech talking about this stuff, only to realize that I muted myself in basically not in Twitch but on stream. So you guys got the wonder of my pitch, but I didn't express to chat the joys of the fact that basically the statement that I made is the fact that I will reveal the curtain a little bit. I'm in the background and I'm actually starting to fill out, basically create the character sheet. In Lorelink as well. Lorelink are being our TTRPG note-taking GM campaign management software. So you can see here, like I've got priorities, vitality, I've got the different stats set up, enhancements, skills, and spheres. So I can transfer that information once that basically 20 transmits it to me. I can keep track of it. So in the middle of the game, I can double check and be like, oh, do they have an ability here that's useful? I can keep that without having to stop and ask them in the middle of the game, hey, 20, what's your cunning again? What's your competence? Et cetera, et cetera. Basically just adding notes and tracking those things. I've also starting to throw things like the villain corporations that we talked about, the organization we talked about as a tag, so we can tag all the cool different stuff. Basically, obviously, we'll have to come up with a spaceship, and I'll probably start designing that while they're building other stuff out. And so all of those things are basically getting built in Lorelink, which is our tool, which is which is 20 kindly posted, basically, that link above you could get access to right there. So, but back to Shadowlight, because I don't want to basically hog all of the spotlight. Basically, Mike, what did you end up with character-wise?
I tweaked a couple things. So my values are Com2, Pro 2, CNG 1, Res 1, or sorry, Res 2, No 0, and TA 3. So stature 3. So the ranking changed slightly. So the competence rank is 2. The prowess rank is 1. Cunning is 3. So it's 2-1-3, 2H1
Okay.
for the priorities. Because that when I was getting into it, I realized that I didn't actually care that much about cunning, and I definitely wanted more competence because I want to have 2 custom skills, and the custom skills I came up with are Subdue and Strike.
Okay.
And I'm imagining Subdue is going to be based upon stature, whereas Strike is probably based on prowess.
Okay. Yeah, and so
Can't freaking
again, basically, we started talking. Basically, Craig, if you want to talk about skill creation and how that works, because that's the direction we're going.
Yep. So once you have your order of importance and once you have your values put in, the next thing you'll do is you'll look at the still on the first page of the character sheet. Bottom left is where your skill list is. So everybody has 12 automatically unlocked skills, and the first 5 rows go in attribute order. So 2 skills that are competence based, 2 that are prowess based, and so on until you get to the end. Repel and dodge are still automatic skills. They are unlocked automatically. All skills, when unlocked, begin with a rating of 2 dice. The rating is the dice, and the modifier is what you add, which is the attribute. So repel is automatic, but it is stature based. Dodge is automatic, but it is cunning based. And it gives you the opportunity to decide how you want to avoid harm, or how good you are at avoiding harm. You might be.
That makes sense.
Yeah. The rating represents the training, and the modifier is the natural talent, you guess you can call it. So you start with the skill list, and depending on what your starting competence is, will dictate to you how many custom skills you can unlock. And that's always a maximum. The maximums on traits are you should never feel like you are obligated to, I must start play with everything unlocked. You can, as long as you keep track of it and you stay honest about what you've got yet to unlock, then you can go into play with stuff outstanding. If you don't have good ideas yet for what something looks like, you could hold on to it for down the road. So, for example, my competence is a 1. So I'm going to start play with 1 custom unlocked skill. And for me, my custom unlocked skill is probably going to be something that I'm going to call we're going to call it Tinker. But it's how I work on machines.
That makes sense.
So once you've decided what skills get unlocked, you then have to look at, so you have the capability of improving the ratings of your skills, and you do that with your prowess pool. So whatever your prowess value is times 3 is what you have in an unallocated pool of dice. Once you have that number, then you can start taking dice out of that unallocated pool and allocating them specifically to skills. So because my character is a mechanic, techie type person, one of the things that's going to be important to me is I have this skill Tinker that I just unlocked. So I'm going to want to take a die out of my prowess pool and make sure that I bring it up as high as I can. So my prowess is a 3, which means that my prowess pool is 9 dice to start. So those 9 dice sit unallocated, and then I take 1 out and I give it to Tinker. So Tinker will go from a rating of 2 dice to a rating of 3 dice.
Got it.
Which means that I have 8 remaining unallocated and 1 allocated.
I am unfortunately completely lost.
That makes sense.
So basically for your character, 20. The basically custom skills is, remind me again, it's competence. Is it competence times?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go for it. Yes.
Would it be helpful to have a pre-generated character?
Yes.
If you
Okay.
basically would love to basically.
Because here's the thing.
Good.
Because here's the thing is that what we are aiming for is very similar to work that I have already done on a campaign frame that looks a lot like this. So I have a whole slate of pre-generated characters.
It would help me greatly, Craig, honestly.
That's cool.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to, over in our Discord channel, I'm going to upload it might actually be in the media kit already. Let me double check. It is. So if you go to the media kit folder, there is a file that says Covenant, example characters.
Now I have to find the folder. Hold on. Thank you, Michael.
There's a delay. Basically, we have a slight delay. Basically.
Yeah,
So is
it's like 1 or 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm almost silent again. What are you talking about?
Huh.
That's interesting because I hear you fine.
Yeah.
I can
This is
I can hear you.
The
what's
only person
going
I have
to...
adjusted down is I have Craig adjusted down a little bit, but everyone else is at full. So I could turn you up in Twitch.
Okay, I found Covenant. What am I looking
Okay.
for inside that?
Okay, so it's a PDF that has all the example characters.
Yeah.
Covenant example characters. So the very first one is called the Seeker. That
Yeah.
is their so they are very much the they're a rogue.
Great. Done.
Perfect. The Seeker. All right, I will pull that
So-
in here as well.
So all skills start with 2 dice, except for plus
Yes.
whatever we increase from the prowess pool.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And then
What
the
is the
maximum
highest
number
we
of
can-
dice you could.
Yeah, that was
Yep,
the question.
is equal to your potential threshold. So the highest it can
Got it.
go is for us right now is 3.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
I still like the name I picked, though.
Oh yeah, I
Mark.
mean
Go for
the character, the names on the example character sheets are archetypes. So
They're meant
having
to
a
be
specific
replaced.
character name is all good. Yeah.
For those who are curious what basically, I just dragged it off. Basically what the seeker character looks like. You can see it here. Basically it's got competence of 1, prowess of 2, cunning of 3, resolve of 2, knowledge of 0, and a stature of 2. Basically they've got some custom skills here. Basically repel. Repel is the normal one. Blast, sneak, and strike are ones that got added as skills. And basically you can also see their enhancements and spheres, which we'll talk about later. I'd say you can see the spheres, but they don't have any spheres, so you can't really see them.
Sure.
We'll talk more about them in a bit. But I'm going to take that and whisk it away to go be entered into Lore Link, while Mike talks about basically what custom skills did you create, Mike? Out of curiosity again.
So subdue and strike. So I'm assuming that subdue is stature based because it's
Okay.
kind of about, wrestling, holding you down. And then strike is going to be prowess based. The assumption is that's more of a martial arts type of action.
Okay.
Both of those I have upgraded to 3 dice.
Okay.
I have
3 rating.
also upgraded impose, steal, and repel to 3 dice. So I've assigned 5 dice from my prowess pool, leaving 1 unspent.
Okay. Cheat slightly. I'm going to take advantage of templates in Lore Link, which I've already started building out, and I'm just going to put all those skills in from the start so I don't have to copy them. Because I am a lazy GM, and I will take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, me too.
Copy and paste and not having to type multiple times.
I prefer to think of myself as a smart GM, not necessarily a lazy GM.
Work smarter,
That's
not
fair.
harder.
Lazy. Basically, I have a good friend whose father was fond of saying that basically a lazy man, basically a lazy man thing, basically always thinks. Basically, just you want to really truly be lazy, you got to be smart and think about it and think it through. Because it takes a lot of work to be lazy. Otherwise, you're gonna just do a lot of work. Let's do that. Perfect. Now we're gonna go back to the template. Basically, if those are curious what I'm doing, I'll go ahead and show it all while we're doing some work here in the background. So basically I copied all of those skills into the template. Basically, I've got this assigned to the S&P character sheet here. And so now I'm going to import that information I just typed in, and then I'm going to unlock it and edit it so I can mark the ratings down that are custom for Mike's character. If I wanted to make this look prettier, which I really should have, what I should do is create it as a table, because That's how you make things pretty in the game. Okay. So, I guess so what are basically, I guess the next question, nope. It's really copy and pasted that badly. It's fine. It's fine. All works out. Save that. Get rid of you. Come in here. And just parse this out, and you'll see the magic happen. But while I'm doing that, Craig, what did your character end up skills-wise?
I'm getting there on skills, so competence is a 1, third priority.
Okay.
Prowess is a 3, first priority. Cunning is a 2, second priority. Resolve is 2, second priority. Knowledge is 2, first priority. And stature is 0, hindrance. And I put it in the Discord chat as well.
Oh, awesome. Perfect. I will not desperately scrabble to write this down so I can prepare them later. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Those are curious what that will look like. You can see it's starting to take shape down here. And I'm probably going to cheat and copy this back into the template. So again, I don't have to type it again. All right. So I guess basically the next question, basically the question while we're all doing all of this, basically is in terms of basically like space bounty hunters. Who's everyone's favorites? Basically like bounty hunters, basically rogues, basically things like that. You obviously have plenty of examples basically out there. Basically who are people's favorite examples of that genre? I am always going to probably default to Cowboy Bebop as mine, but basically I know there's a hard probably Firefly contingent out there.
So I would say for me that, well, first of all, I am the heathen that watched the live-action Cowboy Bebop and never watched the anime Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh.
So please feel free to burn me in effigy. But I really loved it. I thought it was really cool, and I love John Cho. I thought that John Cho was a perfect choice for Bebop. I recognize that the live-action made substantial changes to characters and made them much less nuanced. I get all of that, but yeah.
Basically, I will not judge you for it. All I'll say is basically, hey, that means if you really enjoyed it, basically you could check out the show and get more of it. Basically, the anime will give you even more of what was in the show, and you have something to look forward to. That's not a downside. Yep. And I will always heartily recommend watching it. It is basically, especially for people who are like, I don't know about this anime stuff. It's weird, it's childish, it's cartoonish. Basically, Cowboy Bebop is a great...
as long as I can get it on Crunchyroll, yeah.
Yep. Basically, it's a great way of basically kind of an introduction to what the medium of anime can mean. Yeah. Yeah, basically, so many people are like, oh, I don't like anime, but that was interesting. Okay, I need to change. I can go ahead and go back to reset that. Perfect.
Like if we're going for a sci-fi rogue, I'm obviously gonna have to pull out Han Solo, but
Yeah,
like,
except he wasn't a bounty hunter, he was a smuggler.
Yeah, exactly. He was a
I mean, I
rogue,
went with
not a
I
bounty
kind of
hunter.
expanded it to rogue, basically in general,
I-
because
Kind of
Firefly
expanded
wasn't.
it to rogue, and he was
suspect that
roguish.
I suspect that we're probably not turning down jobs. Like, if we have the opportunity to be couriers, we're going to
Right?
courier. If we're going to have the opportunity to smuggle, no, smuggling is a matter of perspective.
Yep. When it, I mean,
Transporting
obviously, I'm gonna.
transporting distilled spirits is one person's smuggling and one person's commerce.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Malcolm Reynolds is a great smuggler, although, as much as I loved his character, I don't know that he's my favorite character on Firefly. But
I've only seen one episode of Firefly. Don't attack.
We have all of it. All of it. I didn't realize that it's having this stream and had everyone's basically horrible secrets about what pop cultural things have they watched come to light.
I've never seen Cowboy Bebop at all. So
No, I mean, neither I.
That just means you're lucky.
I mean, I just like this is a premise that is like Space Cowboys. Like, I mean, all you got to do is say Space
Right?
Cowboys, and I'm there. So
right, that's fair.
See, and when you say Space Cowboys, I think of that movie with Clint Eastwood and Tommy Lee Jones, and where the old astronauts have to go into space.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow, that wasn't where I was. Like, I mean, that went like my brain went like live action space, like Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh, now that was fun. I saw that in the
Yeah,
theater.
I really like that.
There's that one. Basically, I guess it's a literal space cowboys. Basically, if you want the absolutely, what is the name of the basically? It's this movie that my friend and I discovered. Just basically, it was one of those Goodwill cassette tapes VHS tapes that you pick up because you're like, oh, this is terrible. Oh, and then you watch it and you go, oh gosh, this was even more terrible than you thought.
And it's now my favorite movie.
And basically, it'll never be my favorite movie, but it is one of those just like, this is so bad, and we had such a great time watching it that, basically, I'll always just have a fondness in my heart for the terrible, terrible pain that it inflicted on me.
The home version of MST3K.
I mean, basically, exactly. Let's see here. Basically, it starred. Oh no, that's not George Takei. It starred. I think it starred Bones McCoy. It was basically DeForest Kelly. I think it had DeForest Kelly in it.
Now we have to IMDb DeForest Kelly.
It's either DeForest Kelly or it's basically it's Sulu, and I can't remember which one it is that is sadly in it.
Yes. Thank you, Tony.
Focus. Well, I am trying to fill dead air while people are filling out character stuff. So if people have finished the character section, please feel free to interrupt and let me know. Otherwise, I will be a good radio DJ and not have dead air while I'm typing stuff.
I need to figure out the enhancements and Personae and stuff. But
okay, let's talk about enhancements.
So, all right. So, oh yeah, ooh, harsh. Enhancements are the way that I like to think about the distinguishing what distinguishes enhancements from Personae is enhancements are improvements that stay within the rules, and Personae outrightly break the rules.
okay.
Now, so somebody that is really good with pistols might have an enhancement that says whenever I shoot a pistol, I can re-roll a die. That might be that would be one example of an enhancement. Now, an example of a Personae might be whenever I shoot a pistol, I can shoot somebody and not even have to look at them because I have this supernatural ability to target somebody. They could be in another room and I could just shoot the gun and boom, it could hit them, even if they're in another room, even if I can't see them at all. So we would have to talk about to what degree the supernatural exists in our world. So,
And I think
you're welcome to look at the example characters. The example characters all have a variety of enhancements. You know, or we can start from this. Like I said, that's just that pseudocode stage where, okay, so Michael, your character is this, physically impressive person. They do, they wrestle, they grapple, and they're melee forward. So maybe one of yours is like you can put somebody in a sleeper hold, and if you succeed a challenge, then you can temporarily cause somebody to be stunned, where you knock them out. That would be an example of an enhancement.
Example enhancements.
And as to the question of basically what level of supernatural we have in this, I think we've kind of built this up as a world where we've got sufficiently advanced science, as it were, that can be indistinguishable from magic. And so it could either end up as, you could call it Pretene, basically, or it could just be basically just that, or maybe it is a planet where basically where people don't people's souls don't go away when they die, and so we have got ghosts, and so you've got ghostly, spooky abilities and things like that, or where basically things work differently that you may have a natural science explanation for, but it's so buried and deep and esoteric, you might as well call it supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be kind of, I'd almost put that on the character in terms of, how does your character feel about the ability? Does your character feel it's a supernatural thing that they're getting? And thus it falls under.
And so even if your character has no supernatural proclivities, mm-hmm. quote unquote, you can use those. You can use whatever you would have had. So, for example, a character with a resolve of my character. So Therox. So Therox has a resolve of 2. So my choices are to either take 2 Pretene, that I could start play with 2 Pretene, or I can, because my character has a cunning of 2, I'm going to start with up to 2 enhancements. I can use those 2 where I would have had Pretene and instead upgrade enhancements that I take. So it can be really, really granular. It can be very, very subtle what the supernatural looks like. It's all how you choose to take the individual traits where you decide to put the points. So my character is starting with up to 2 enhancements, up to 2 Pretene. Now, what I was thinking is that maybe my character is like a technopath. So maybe they have an inherent understanding of machines. So maybe I don't even have to press buttons. Maybe I could just put my hand on a machine, understand how it works, and make it do things. Like that would be an example of a Pretene. Like I have this intuitive understanding of how machines work, and I can manipulate them simply by touching them. The only difference between Pretene have duration tags, and enhancements have tags that say how good they are. So they're either standard, they are superior, or they're exceptional. So standard ones, if you had 5 standard enhancements, you can only benefit from one of them at any given time. If you have a superior enhancement, it's always in effect. If you have an exceptional enhancement, which is the best possible enhancement, the best thing that an enhancement can look like. Not only is it always in effect, but it's always fictionally relevant. There are no fictional circumstances that can ever deprive you of that enhancement. So, 20, looking at the pre-gen. So it's broken down for you which of your enhancements are superior, which ones are always in effect, which one is standard. But since you only have one standard one, it is in effect, always in effect, because you don't have multiple standard ones to choose from. Additionally, everybody gets one enhancement for free, that is their background, which is free, it is a free exceptional enhancement, basically. So what I'm going to say is my character is, my background is that I come from a species where they are able to manipulate electromagnetic fields. So when they come into contact with machines that are in any way have any degree of complexity, they basically can manipulate them without pushing buttons and sliding levers and touching dials and so on. And that's going to be my background. So that background enhancement represents my species. That's how you would talk about species or ancestry or heritage, where if it is important to you, if you want it to have a mechanical benefit, then you put it in there as your background, and that sort of lays the groundwork for what other enhancements, what other Predator might look like. So I'm an insectoid, bipedal, but insectoid species, and I have a
Can my my background enhancement be that I have a significant reputation for always catching my guy, which would give me a modifier to my steal skill? I'm never going to back down.
So yes, so the easiest way to do that is to say that you can re-roll a die whenever you, anytime that you roll steal, you re-roll a die. And so there are two different ways that re-rolling a die can look like. The initial one is that you re-roll it, but you must take the second result.
Okay.
So you might roll a 2 and be like, I can get better than a 2, and re-roll it again. You might get a 1, but you might get a 7. The better version of that would be that you can re-roll a die and you can take the better result. So I re-roll a 3 and I get a 9. I'm always going to do better. I'm not forced to take take what comes next. So that would be the most straightforward that an enhancement would look like.
Yep. Cool. So I'll take that. My reputation gives me re-roll a die on steal.
So is it the reputation that gives it to you, or is it that is that a personality trait that you never back down?
Ooh,
or
okay.
So what is it that gives you the benefit? Are you a natural? Do you have a natural?
I'm stubborn. I'm exceptionally stubborn.
Okay.
Yeah, exceptionally stubborn. There we go. Okay. And so that's the background. I get an additional enhancement for having.
So what is your cunning? What is your cunning?
1.
You have a cunning of 1, so that means that you can begin play with a maximum of 1 attribute. I'm sorry, 1 enhancement.
Does that count the background enhancement or not?
No, the background is free.
Okay, cool. Total free. Okay, cool. So can I have an enhancement of extensive martial arts training, giving me a benefit to my strike?
Well, what kind? You sure can. Yes. The answer is what kind of benefit would you think that would look like?
What about an automatic hit on a strike?
We can get into that. So we start to get into the weeds a little bit of the way that
Yeah.
encounters work and the turn by and encounters and actions. So maybe an automatic. So the way that I see an automatic hit is that you get the automatic hit after. So let's say you're holding somebody, and you've got them. You're to the point where you want them to tap out. Basically, you want them to
Right.
them to submit. If they don't submit on their own, then your subdual is gonna basically knock them out. So maybe it's if you have succeeded a challenge, then as long as you succeeded it, the next one can be an automatic hit.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
So in an encounter, you're going to have 3 actions. So your first action can be, I initiate the grapple. You succeed. Your next action can be, well, okay, I've got him there. I'm going to start really putting the hurt on. So that next one's going to be automatic. As long as I've got him in the lock, then I can hurt him on the next one.
Got it. So it's an automatic success after rolling a success on a challenge.
It's inflicting an injury automatically.
Inflicting an injury after
a challenge.
Got it. Got it.
Because for you, you're not inflicting it. You're establishing the hold first. So you're rolling.
Yeah.
The success of the rolling will be I've got the hold. Then the next one will be now I've got the hold. Now I inflict the hit, and then at that point there'd be kind of a back and forth because you probably have to reestablish the hold again on the third action. But we can cross that bridge when we get to it. But how does that sound?
That sounds great.
Cool. So for me, I have options.
Options are great.
Chances are what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 enhancements on top of my my background. So my background we already established is that I have a species. I come from a species where we can naturally manipulate electromagnetic fields. So just by virtue of being of that species, then I can, all I have to do is to be able to touch a machine that operates on EM fields, and I can control it.
That the species was that the species enhancement, or was that a additional enhancement?
Yeah, that's my background one.
Yep.
Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna take that back. That's going to be 2 different things.
Okay.
So the background is going to be can naturally manipulate magnetic fields.
Okay.
Now, the intuitive control is going to be one of my Preternae.
Ah, okay. Okay. That works.
And
look at it. It's easy to do. Need to spell that correctly.
So I can touch touch a device that uses EM, so electronic device, digital device. I can touch it. I can understand how it works, and I can use it. I can use it without having to. I can control it mentally, basically.
Intuitive control. Control. Device. Other touch. Okay.
And I'm going to say that takes up to, because I'm going to want that to be a duration of. So Predator have duration tags. Instant, they happen and then they're done. They have maintain, which is you must use an action to maintain. You must spend an action to keep it up every turn. Independent, which is you spend it once and it's good for indefinitely, and then special. So I'm going to say that it has a duration of independent, which is T for short, and that's going to be my two. That's going to be my two Predator that I have available to me. And then for my enhancements, I'm going to say that I can. So I'm going to have a. We're going to call it something along the lines of like spit and duct tape. Where I always have on hand what I need to fix something, and that's going to cost me my two. I would have two enhancements, so basically I'm going to use them both to say that if I need duct tape, if I need a wire, if I need anything that I need to be able to fix a technological device, I have it on hand.
Okay. Then you're spending two enhancements on it.
Yes.
So you're bumping that up. Does that mean you're bumping it to?
So it's going to be yes, from standard to superior. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Double check something. Make sure I don't do the wrong thing here. Okay. As a note, we are at 3 o'clock at basically, and so I will do my standard. Basically, we've been streaming for about 2 hours, probably going to go for basically hour and a half-ish more. Do people in the stream need a break at this point? Do people need to... Okay, basically, people do need a break. All right, so basically, this is a good point to take a break then. We will pause and we will come back in. Okay. How much time do people need? 10 minutes, 15?
Can we do 10?
We could do 10. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Thank you.
We'll be back in 10, so we'll basically be back around 3:20. Or 3:20 Eastern Standard, 20.
Yes.
All right. Are
you...
Yes, good.
Are you pausing? How are you handling the break?
We have a be right back. I have a be right back stream that will shut off mics and shut off cameras. So all the stream will see is basically hear our lovely background music. and possibly my voice if I don't mute. So, all right, we will be back at 3:20. Thanks you all for watching so far, and we'll be back with a little bit more as we wrap up character creation, and then we'll move into probably a little vignette type scenario where we try these characters out and see how they work together. All right, be back. I love that just decided to sit there and give me a blank screen. What are you doing to me? There we go. Behave. We'll be back. Oh, nope, I need to actually talk with my microphone unmuted, and that will help people actually hear me. I'm good at this job, really.
Talk with your mic, Mark. Talk with your mic.
Yeah. But basically, we are pro streamer. Yep. In any case, we are back and we are live. Basically, we're here to basically cover the second half of character creation for basically Shadowlight and Persona. Basically, with the designer here, Craig. Basically, we're building out our bounty hunters. Basically in this interesting universe. Basically, we've created where people move faster than information, and so we have this really interesting dynamic of basically trying to figure out where people basically where people lie in this world and things like that. And so we're building out this crew of basically circuit riders, Pony Express riders, basically odd job doers, and basically seeing what they are and what they do and what they become. And so basically we're wrapping up character creation. As you can see on screen, I'm starting to fill stuff in on Lorelink. And I think the next section basically we're going to look at, I think, was Pretney. Was that the next thing we were working on there, Craig?
So they kind of go hand in hand. They go hand in hand in that you kind of want to have the conversation about them at the same time. So what we were kind of talking about before we went back live was so Michael, you've got enhancements written and chosen. You've got 2 possible Preternae that you can have. So your options for those are either to have two separate, again, using the word supernatural in quotation marks, because it can be as drastic as like I point my finger and a bolt of lightning comes out of my finger. Like it could be that obvious.
Yeah.
It could also be that I have uncanny reflexes and I can dodge bullets. I can bullet time. I come from a species that can. Maybe I might talk about later down the road. I might say that my species has such control over electromagnetic fields that I can basically cause myself to levitate. I can move myself. I can lift myself up and move myself around. That might be an option for a Preternae for me in the future. But I've chosen my 2, or I should say, I've chosen my 1 that I've spent 2 on.
So I did have one idea for a Preternae that might be interesting for a bounty hunter, and that is that my sense of sight, smell, maybe even vibration in the ground is so good that I can just kind of intuitively know where my prey is within a 100-meter radius of me. Kind of detecting their location.
Sure. So what that seems to me is once you've spotted them to begin with, that you cannot be, basically you always know where they are.
Yep.
So once you have spotted them, once you've identified them, then they can't like throw on a personal cloaking field, or they can't or if they do, okay, fine, you may not be able to see them anymore, but you still know where they are.
Yeah.
So you can't ever be put in a position where you cannot target an opponent.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, I love it. Love it.
So now what you'd have to decide is, well, if it is a Preternae, then it has a duration. So how maybe it could start out as you have to spend an action every round to keep it up, on every turn to keep it up. Or you can dip in the extra one, have this be your only Preternae, and say the same way that I did with mine, where I made it independent, so that I initiate it, and then it continues as long as the encounter is going.
I think I'm good with the maintain on this one.
Okay.
And then
because you're going to have multiple actions on any given turn, so it's not like if you use one, you're out. That's all the actions that you have. So
Right, that makes sense. So I'll go with a maintain on that one, and then
Okay, so then that means you have one more.
I think that the other one is I want to say like a burst of speed or like extreme speed.
Okay.
Where I can move very quickly for a short period of time, whether that's just maybe an instant or I can just it's would probably appear to somebody else as a teleport where really I just moved really fast.
Okay.
But over a short distance, just boom, there I am. It's an instant.
Yeah.
Very quick. And
so maybe you have an extra action available to you on any given turn that you can use just to move.
Okay, yeah.
Because your actions will let you either move or challenge.
Sure.
So that way you can, if you choose to move, you always have a move. You can then move on top of that. So you can cover.
Yeah.
You can cover potentially greater distances. So you can cover greater distance without as much effort, basically. So but mechanically speaking, does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
So what would the
So
timing
that's gonna
category
be
for that?
I can see it being, because you want to. I mean, it's going to be kind of a trade. You would have to. I would. It's going to start. It's going to start. It doesn't make any sense for it to be instant.
Yeah.
So I'd say it starts at maintain. Later on, it could be independent. You could, if we were playing over multiple sessions and you had advancement, you could bump it from maintain to independent.
Yeah, sure.
Just like you could with the prey sense. But it would start off as maintain, and then you'd have to decide. You're making opportunity costs about how you're spending your actions. That's all. Because as soon as you spend one to get the burst of speed, okay, it's going to give you the extra action, but it's going to cost you an action each round. So you're fiddling with your knobs and dials as far as the resources you have on any given turn.
Yep, perfect. Cool. I think that's good for me then. I don't have any knowledge, so I don't have any spheres.
So you have a knowledge of 0, so you have no spheres.
Yep.
And that's the same thing with 20's character. There's 0 knowledge, so no spheres. So what spheres are is spheres cover 6 categories. There are 6 different types of spheres. And I will pull up let's close that, my at a glance sheet so I can read off of that. Scan at a glance. So there are 6 different types of spheres, but no matter which one you take, they always give you a bonus of a die whenever you challenge or respond with a skill that is relevant to any of them, what they are. So there are spheres of eloquence, which have to do with language. There are spheres of influence, which is contacts, friends, and so on. Spheres of expertise, which is special interests. Reputation, which is, now here's an interesting sort of nuance. Michael, we talked about your species or your background enhancement, saying that you're extra stubborn. So
exactly.
That could have been represented by a sphere of reputation. It would just work differently. So it's still totally fine the way that you decided to express it. It's just that this maybe gives you another facet to it. So maybe something gives you your stubbornness. Something inherent gives you your stubbornness, and then later on, well, you develop a reputation for stubbornness, which gives you the reputation sphere.
Got you. That makes sense.
Then the last two spheres are bounty, which is material wealth, purchasing power, So it can be literally, we just got handed a stack of credits for doing a job, or it could be a line of credit. It could be a wealthy crime boss is bankrolling us. It could look, spheres of bounty will look different ways. And then lastly, spheres of opportunity. That one time I wrestled a bear and lived would be a sphere of opportunity, and would be, hey, you ever get in a fight with a really big guy? Well, hey, there's that time that I wrestled the bear and lived. So, and that might be, Michael, one that you might look at down the road, because you can come up with, you can come up with new spheres and say, oh, well, there was that one time, and it could be retroactive. You could talk about it in terms of flashback. So even though in advancement in gameplay you take a new sphere, you could talk about it as a sphere of opportunity, where because I once wrestled a bear and lived, now every time I get into a similar situation, I'm going to get a bonus die.
Right.
But it just so happens that you start with a knowledge of 0, so you're not going to start with any spheres. Spheres would have to be picked up for you with advancement as gameplay went on.
No, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool.
So for me, I have a knowledge of 3, so I'm going to start with up to 3. So what I'm going to look at is basically I'm going to have one in spaceships, and it's going to be a sphere of expertise. And then I'm going to have one in ancient history, or ancient, actually, yeah, we'll call it ancient history.
Okay.
And lastly, let's see.
Is ancient knowledge also expertise?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
Spaceships is an expertise sphere. Ancient history is an expertise sphere. But I want to vary it up a little bit. I'm going to give myself a sphere of eloquence. And very high frequencies. So VHF. So if there's ever a situation where I can utilize a VHF band, say in a radio communication, and there's going to be some sort of a role involved, I can ping that sphere and I can give myself a bonus die.
Okay. Okay. All right, and I think basically the only other thing we basically,
yeah, as we've gotten through all the trait categories. So now the only thing to really go over is if any of your skills, the way that starting equipment is handled.
Mm-hmm.
So if any of your skills, if it seems like any of your skills would necessitate that you have a piece of gear. So, for example, with 20's character, which is Mouse. Okay, so for Mouse has a skill called Blast, which is energy weapons. Mouse has a skill called Strike, handheld weapons, and a skill called Sneak. So it would make sense that that Mouse would have a basic energy weapon that they would carry. It would make sense that depending on how Mouse chooses to strike, they might choose to strike with appendages, hands, feet, headbutts, whatever. Might choose to strike with a knife. Might choose to strike with a blackjack. However they choose to strike, then that's what they are geared up with. And that would be the same thing for Michael, for your character as well. So however you choose to strike, you have that in your starting gear. But it does not provide you any special benefit other than the ability to use that skill. It's not until Mouse might decide to take an enhancement that says sniper rifle and then put benefits into sniper rifle, and then that represents a fancier energy weapon.
Right. That makes sense. So I was imagining I would strike. I mean, I could strike with my hands and feet, but I was thinking I would probably have a bladed weapon, maybe a sword or a katana. Okay. And for repel, I'm imagining some sort of bracers on the arms.
Okay.
So I'm a fan of a lot of different sci-fi franchises, but the character I kind of lean towards just a little bit is Thor from the old Dark Matter series from a decade ago.
Oh, well, yes.
I just loved that series. It was so good.
It would definitely, for me, it filled in that void of not having Battlestar Galactica anymore.
Right.
Because I was so, like, there was Battlestar Galactica, then there was that one series of Caprica, and then there was nothing. There was something called Blood and Chrome, which I could never really get into. I don't know, with a young Bill Adama, but I couldn't. So I can never really. But yes, Dark Matter was fantastic. Dark Matter is the first time that I came across. She's in a show now called The Rookie on ABC, but her name is
Melissa O'Neill.
Yes, Melissa O'Neill, and I thought she was pretty fantastic in Dark Matter.
Zoe Palmer as the android was freaking fantastic as well. The best use of micro expressions I think I've ever seen in an actor. So good.
100%.
You're old.
So remind me who was.
Sorry, basically responding to chat there, but go ahead.
Hey, I mean that's not a false statement.
Well, I was just trying to figure out, like, Biscuit, he's calling that out. It's a 2015 TV series. It's not that old. Not like it's a Babylon 5 reference or something like that. Come on.
I love Babylon 5.
But
Back
Michael,
off.
who was for the big tall
the martial artist
widest of them?
Was for.
Yeah.
Four was the martial artist.
That came from the vaguely Japanese.
Yes, exactly.
Star system kingdom type situation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gotcha. So Space Sword.
Yes, Space Sword.
Space Sword.
Everybody loves a good Space Sword. You said what I said.
And for me, I mean, I have tools that allow me to use my Tinker.
Nice.
But I don't have a skill unlocked in any kind of weapons, so I don't carry weapons on me. I um, and you won't see me punching or kicking anybody.
Huh.
Okay. I guess the next question is, so, is there anything, basically, other than basically making sure that, basically, on your character sheet, basically, vitality and shock, which are how you deal with, basically,
Yes,
taking
that's all.
damage?
Yes, so that's you don't take vitality and shock. You get kind of assigned to you. So there are 3 vitality types. There is savvy, there's obstinance, and there is resilience. So savvy is your social vitality. Obstinance is your mental or emotional vitality, and resilience is your physical vitality. So anytime a challenge it's all going to depend on what the challenge looks like. If it is, it's going to depend on what the challenge looks like. It's going to depend on what whoever is doing the challenging, what their objective is. So if I want to try and sell you a stereo that fell off the back of a truck, I might be like, look at all these great features. And I might be using argue and challenging with argue. And if I succeed by challenging with argue, I'm going to wear down your savvy and be like, look at all these features. Aren't they great? It has a 6 CD changer. It has, an FM radio memory. And I'm going to be saying it. I'm going to be saying it fast. And I'm throwing at you. I'm just trying to wear down your. So savvy is like, I'm going to get you to a point where my rhetoric, my fast talk, how I choose to put forward my case, how that's going to wear down your opponent. Obstinance is going to be your, like I said, your mental or your emotional fortitude. Somebody is browbeating you. Somebody's saying, just using harsh language to talk about you, being cruel, being manipulative. Only a weakling would do that, or you're so stupid, you're so dumb. Using that would wear down someone's obstinance. And then lastly, physical harm, intent to kill, intent to maim, all those things would wear down a person's resilience. So the way it is written right now, which is the version of the rules that I handed you, said version 4, but chances are they look more like 3.99 because I've recently had some revelations. I just got finished running this for an in-person game day last weekend. Yes, last weekend, and I had my cylinders in my brain did a lot of firing. So the way it stands right now is if any of your 3 vitality types, so anytime you have an injury afflicted upon you, the default is you take 1 hit to that vitality type. So if I inflict an injury on some thug that's trying to shake me down, if they had a full suite of vitality, it would go, and I shot them with my blast pistol, it would go against their resilience. And once I bring their resilience down to 0, then it rolls over into shock. And there's 4 shock levels that go in order from top to bottom. So yield means that you ignore a die in order. We haven't gotten to the core mechanic yet, but basically you roll multiple dice. They're always D10s. You arrange them in descending order. So you always start by looking at the highest die. So if there's a situation where you're being forced to yield, you would always look at the next highest die. So you would ignore the highest. So that's what rattled does to you. Distressed says that you're only able to respond to challenges. You can only answer challenges. You cannot issue. Stunned says you can neither challenge nor respond. And then capped is galactic slang for incapacitated. and says that you're knocked out, you're out of the fight, and in order to get back in, or in order to be able to do things, you have to undergo some type of recovery.
Okay, how many
So those things are handed to
you. Haven't paid.
Yeah.
So those things are handed to you. So your savvy is equal to 1 plus your competence, your obstinance is equal to 1 plus your resolve, and your resilience is equal to 1 plus your cunning. Because, for example, in my case, where I have a stature of 0, you can't, like, we felt it would be unfair, kind of, to have somebody basically have a vitality of 0. So
oh my god!
Someone just falls over.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Oh, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I'm looking at something completely unrelated.
She's completely stunned by this game by somebody with a vitality 0 just falling
Vitality
over.
of 0. Whew. That would
No,
suck.
You're fine.
I'm trying.
Welcome to real life.
I'm trying to multitask with customer service for our other app, and
It's fine. It's fine.
Sorry.
All right. Continuing. Go ahead and continue.
So, my savvy would be a 2, my obstinance would be a 3, and my resilience would be a 1. So I am going to do everything I possibly can to avoid physical violence, because I have a higher chance of rolling over into shock. As soon as I take 1 hit, I'm at 0 resilience. The next hit I take is going to bring me into shock.
Okay. All right. Anything else we want to cover before? Basically, what time is it? It's 3:50, so we can probably get a quick start in here and see where we can get. I've got an idea for a quick one shot, and that can work basically. And then basically Craig will walk us through some dice basically resolution mechanics, and we'll see what this group can do. All right. Okay, so basically, I guess so. Fett, basically the group, the 3 of you, to go over basically everyone's character. We have Maddox here. That is Mike's character. He's your tough. He's your brute. Basically, high stature. He's got burst. He basically moves in a blink. Can take a pounding and can give one right back. Basically, but he's not all dumb strength. He's got extensive martial arts skills. He knows how to use his strength in the best ways to subdue and bring down. So basically, you could go ahead and give a description if you want to, Mike.
Yeah. So I'm really going after the premise of the very kind of stubborn, dedicated, committed hunter. I go after, when I say pick a target or I'm assigned a target, I'm going to track them down until they are dead or subdued, and I get them back where they belong. Certainly not my intention to kill anybody, but sometimes they absolutely will not be taken alive. I can't be held responsible for that. But I dedicate myself to training, especially on those long weeks of transit between systems.
Okay. All right. Basically, 20. I don't know if you have basically have a description kind of in mind for basically how your character works based on the character sheet, or what you're kind of thinking of. If you want me to, I could give you a little bit of time while we talk to Craig and let you look at that. Or I don't know if you have one already.
No, Mouse, I have enough to go on. Mouse
Okay.
is tenacious, and is always trying to take care of everyone in the group by looking out for details or danger. She would be, like in a Marine recon unit, she would be the front runner who's scouting ahead to relay information about like traps. So the same idea, but in space bounty hunter opera. I'm having trouble reading the sheet. Hold on. Yeah, she's tenacious. She's kind of quiet, but when she speaks, she can be quite sassy and sarcastic.
I like it.
Yeah. Mark, a point of reference. Do you want me to write down my gear in the Discord channel?
If you would.
Okay.
Just tracking everything. Let's see. Okay, and then last, Craig.
So Tothrox is, like I said, is a bipedal insectoid, member of a bipedal insectoid species, and as luck would have it, if you were to look at the promo image for Shadowlight and Persona, you might happen to notice that one of the featured characters just happens to be a member of a bipedal insectoid species, and also happens to be a technician, you might say. He's there. He probably would go he/they pronouns, and is in the picture is working on looks like the head of a droid or a robot of some kind. But
I happen to have that available. Basically, it's on stream now for those who want to basically curious of basically what he is talking about. That's the promo image that he's describing to give you a good idea of what we're looking at.
And
Oh, by the way, Mouse is they them pronouns. I got confused.
Okay. So they them, he they. And Maddox is
Maddox.
He, him.
him. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, well, basically, we'll do a quick scene setting. So you've got your normal kind of circuit rating job is basically it brings you from planet to planet, and every planet is going to be its own kind of unique case. It takes an extreme problem for you to know about it before you've arrived on the planet. Basically, that would be an ongoing problem that's been basically happening for months and months and months. Basically long enough for a courier to have left there and come to wherever you happen to have been. And as far as you know, basically there is let me pull the name of that corporation that we created earlier. Basically, Allendine has a large presence on the planet. They're probably the majority employer. And there's been they're a relatively new planet, to have been settled. Allendine, it probably started off as an Allendine kind of corporate town type situation, and it's expanded a little bit beyond that. So it's basically they're not the only employer in town, but they're probably the majority employer in town. And they basically you've gotten some reports that basically you've been smart enough to read between the lines. Basically, of kind of some of the people are kind of whether agitating for unions or better pay or just in general kind of struggling with the idea of the planet's identity versus this corporation. It's also a fairly decent because again, a new planet means it's basically new habitable planet means of course you've got all the tourists want to come out there and capture the firsts. You've got the explorers out there who want to be the first to climb the highest mountain on this planet, the first to explore this valley, etc., etc. I mean, they're going to be your richer types because obviously they're the people who could afford to travel, afford the ships. So basically, because of that, there's usually a tourist economy that springs up, basically in the wake of that. It probably usually dies down a little bit after all the firsts are explored and the rich explorers, the firsters move on to a new planet to conquer, as it were. But for now, it's still in the throes of that time period. And this planet's kind of thrown into that. Basically, they've enjoyed the whole frontier thing, and so they've leaned into it a little bit. And so they've got a Western town kind of, at least external vibe going on. Basically, some of the major capital city has a lot of Western street vibe to it. It's got that feeling of the Western town. Once you get deeper into any of the buildings, more basically depending on whether or not you made enough money, more modern tech may prevail. Or it may basically some of the others, of course, are going to be living kind of more subsistence off of what the planet has to offer. Basically, if they don't want to pay the high rates that the corporation charges to maybe non-corporate employees. So basically, you've gotten the rumblings, but nothing bad. That kind of changes when you get to the planet. Yes, yet. That kind of changes once you get to the planet. Basically, you settle down, basically you set in, basically and you start doing your normal info dump, and before your ship even really has time to process the rest of the docking procedures and things like that, there's an emergency communication kind of blinking in your signals, and it's an Alwyn rep, basically kind of knocking on your door, basically demanding to talk to you, wanting to basically he's got there's a big problem that that their security forces haven't been able to crack, and they need a specialist team. Basically, they're glad that you guys are here to help cover that. And there's been there's been a break-in at the headquarters. And they've made off with some corporate equipment. Is basically the best that you're going to get out of him, as well as some cash and other stuff. And they're probably going to try to get off planet with it, but they haven't yet. And so they want Fett to step in, and basically take care of the situation in an official capacity. So, because they don't want to make it just look like Alwyn's just, stomping all over the townsfolk and things like that. But at the same time, they can't let something like this go unpunished. So they want Fett to step in, set it right, correct it, basically get the offender off planet, so they're less of a rabble rouser in the future, and basically in return return the stolen goods and make an example of it. the best information that they had is basically that this guy is basically he's a bit of a basically he's a little bit of a basically his name is Roy. I'm stealing one of the example characters basically as a basis for something. Just
Damn
to
it,
get some
Roy.
And he's basically he's living the high life at the town's big casino, basically killing time before before the ship comes in that he can get off planet on. Probably gambling his hard-earned winnings, basically at the Golden Nugget Casino. And again, basically, they don't want to be attached to it because they don't want the bad rep blowing back on Alwyn because they are basically such a major presence here. So
They don't want a bad Yelp review.
Exactly. Space Yelp, the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And so basically they're hoping that you can take care of it in a basically as quietly, basically they prefer quietly, they prefer alive and removed off planet, but the major priority for them is that they get their stuff back. They don't know how many people are working with him. They haven't identified all of his compatriots and things like that. They just kind of know he's the major trouble here. So.
Well, I don't care about him. I mean, we just have to care about getting this finding this corporate equipment.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, basically, the Golden Nugget is basically really easy to find. It looks like if you had basically took it's a cross between an Old West saloon and a Las Vegas strip casino. Like the bottom floor is all
like
decked
downtown
out.
Vegas, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the strip, but like downtown Vegas.
Downtown, basically, the fancy casinos and things like that. Basically, the base floor has obviously the bottom floor. They put a lot of money in and try to capture the Earth Old West motif, or at least as interpreted through a very confused and distant modern lens. And so you've got some weird like 1920s big band stuff going on. They've got the wooden doors and the sliding things like that. The machines inside, basically all the images you can pull up are a weird mix between like an old poker table and a digital crafts machine and all sorts of bizarre and wild stuff kind of in there. So,
and me being the non-human of the three is going to look at as Max and Max and say, "Is this really indicative of your home planet?"
I can't remember the last time I was back on my home planet. I don't know. Things change quickly.
This seems awfully ostentatious and dare I say cheap.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a fair criticism. Can't argue with you.
Are we expected to wager our hard credits here, or can we just
You can just
walk around?
No, you do not have to. You can observe. It's
okay,
fine.
Good. Okay, we're running very close to the mark here this month.
When in doubt, just drink them under the table. It'll be fine.
I guess if I were to, there might be a distilled spirit that I might be able to find appealing. But let's perhaps we just need to confront this person directly. In which case, Max, I would say you go first.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, because talking. So the person is here, or we're still trying to track them down in here?
Basically, you've just been told they're somewhere in the casino, and this is a multi-story
Perfect.
affair. It's
All right,
got hotel
perfect.
rooms, it's got casino floors, it's got
I'm in.
private betting rooms, it's got
All right,
buffets, it's got
all right.
a Wild West stage show.
We just know they're here somewhere. Okay. It's not like we walk
Yeah.
in and, oh, there he is. Okay.
Make it a little bit harder for you than that, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So I think the answer is that we might need to look like we fit in just a little bit. So, I'll sit down at a blackjack table, play a couple hands, move on down. I'll just kind of go from table to table, walk through, order a couple drinks. But I'm working my way through, somewhat surreptitious. Not like I'm trying to avoid looking like I'm just beelining for something, but I'm just keeping my head on a swivel as we walk through here.
You're flying casual.
Yeah. And honestly, it might be a great opportunity to explain to you how the different games work. So I'll sit down at table after table, go from game to game, and I'll just explain to you how the different games work. Here's how we bet. Here's what we're doing. And I'm going to try to rake in some cash while we're doing this. Why not?
You might have a higher than normal chance of success on a digital game if you understand my meaning.
Yeah. We'll walk over to we'll play a couple tabletop games, and then table games, and then we'll walk over to a and try a slot machine.
Video poker.
So basically, that's what you guys are up to, and we'll come back to that. If basically, are you just trying to blend in at this point, or are you trying to get any particular information? Because right now you're not really doing anything that I would normally call a roll for, just because you're not quite yet at the point you're trying to trying to cheat or do anything or pull anything off at this point. You're just casually just kind of being there.
Right up until we get to the slot machines.
Yeah. We'll deal with the slot
Yes.
machines once we get to that point. But so, what is Mouse doing, 20?
Mouse goes to a bar and orders a beverage. And then is this a multi-tiered casino floor? Like, are there stairs?
Oh yes. There are definitely multiple floors. Some of which are open to the public. You can see that there are, like, the elevator basically has listings for floors which are private events, high roller events, things like that.
Okay. Well, she'll just go up to the second floor of the casino and perch with her beverage, just leaning casually on the rail, blending in, just chilling. But she's watching the elevators and keeping an eye on her companions and just generally looking around, watching for their mark.
Okay.
And by she, I mean they. Come on, 20, get the pronouns right.
So that sounds like they're doing basically what I would probably I think would be a study check here.
Sure.
Basically. So it depends. So it could be study. It could be study depending on what Mouse is better at. It could be study. It could be discern. It could be explore is going to be the more proactive approach. as would study. If someone were actively trying to avoid notice, then discern would probably be the reaction. So I would say either study or explore, depending on.
I've got a better score in explore.
Okay.
So
Then,
you want
then
to
that
roll?
would then that would yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
How do
So-
I roll?
So basically, this is a perfect opportunity to basically discuss how challenges work. Basically. And so
So your rating tells you how many dice to roll, and it's all d10s. You'll roll them, and then you'll arrange them in descending order. And we set it up in the die roller to kind of do that, I believe.
yeah.
So the last time that the last roll that's in there is 5, and it arranged them in ascending order, but obviously it's easy enough to go with the reverse. So Mouse, your explore is 3 dice, so you'll roll
Yes.
3d10.
Okay.
So you had a 10, an 8, and a 2. And now your cunning is a 3, which you'll add to each of them. So that means you have a 13, an 11, and a 5.
Okay.
So now, Mark, what you would roll, since Mouse is up there, perched up there, actively scanning for the mark. If the mark is trying to avoid being spotted, then the mark would roll something to respond to that.
Okay. So they're not actively basically trying. So
But
basically-
every roll is always opposed.
Okay.
So
I will take a basically just kind of a basic. We'll go with a. Okay. Yeah, I'll use that stat.
if none of the skills that are unlocked make sense to respond with, then you can always roll 1 die and add an appropriate attribute.
Okay. I will do that. We'll roll 1 die because they are not necessarily basically they think they've gotten away with it so far, so they're not hiding yet. So oof. They are definitely
That's
not
awful.
hiding.
So 2 things here are going to happen. First of all, Mouse will succeed in the clear because Mouse's result of a 13 is better than the Mark's result, Roy's result of a 1 plus whatever. Since that highest result was a natural 10, that will also mean that Mouse gets to bank 1 critical. So criticals can be spent in a few different ways. The default way is to automatically succeed. And then if you can also write enhancements or preternae that say when you spend a critical, something happens. So they always have a benefit by default, no matter what. But you can also you can write abilities, you can write traits to say by spending a critical, something else happens. So very clearly, the mark thinks that they've gotten away with this, and they are at a craps table and spending money like water and passing chips around to anybody and everybody, and they are sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yep.
That's how I would read the results.
Basically, yep. So basically, you can tell that they've tried. Basically, they've put the bare minimum in. They've got a kind of a hoodie up. Basically, they're trying to do the poker, like the World Series of Poker people. Like they've got the hoodie, the sunglasses, and they're trying to use that as a blending technique. That basically, I don't want people to read my but basically they are a little bit too enthusiastic with their money. And basically that draws your attention because like a table goes off big, basically bet wins big, and they're celebrating, and you just kind of scan the group and you wouldn't have paid attention to them except for the fact that this individual is got a briefcase, basically handcuffed to them. It's got a long enough change that they could set it on the floor. Basically, it isn't really basically kind of stopping their movements, but they basically, it's still there, and you still kind of pick up on it when you're looking for it.
So basically, they think that they're covering all their tells, but really they're just showing everything.
They're not good at this. But they've gotten away with it. They don't need to. They're not.
Yeah. Okay.
So you spot that basically going on.
I don't see any reason why we have to wait around. I say, I don't know what the rest of you, what y'all think, but
since I clearly don't know what's going on, as soon as it's pointed out, I mean, I'm happy to jump on into action. Like, I was just trying to avoid spooking our quarry.
And make a little money.
You know what? Always.
So by the time we make it over to the video poker, I would just be like, just very casually, oh, I'm going to press these buttons and, oh, look, royal flush. Hi, what do you know? As I manipulate the computer to
ding 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 ding.
Now, are you trying to hit it big and basically get a big jackpot, or are you just going?
Oh no.
Okay.
No. I honestly do not want to. I don't want alert casino security. That we're cheating. So no, just a few. Okay. Maybe a high 3 of a kind or a straight or something like that. Just good enough to keep flying under their radar.
That's basically, I'm not even going to make, that's not too hard to do. Basically, you've got your enhancements and your predicate that let you do that. You're touching the machine, and you're not doing, you can tell, you can tell that that level of stuff.
Yeah, I could certainly, I could roll. I would be happy to roll, and see if we might get into trouble. I mean, there's always that chance.
Yep.
So what I would do is I would roll Tinker.
Okay.
And depending on, and you would roll something that would represent the machine and me and the machine trying to push back.
Okay.
So it depends on how you would decide how sophisticated this machine is, and that would determine how many dice you roll. That would determine the modifier. Et cetera, et cetera. Is it, does it have some sort of intrusion countermeasure software, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll my Tinker.
Okay. And basically, what I'll tell you is for the low level wins that you're trying to get, you find that those are relatively easy because those are in a subsystem because the system's kind of designed to give those out relatively often. Basically, it wants to keep you on the hook, and so basically that's easier to get to. But you can see you can kind of get the feeling that pushing beyond that is going to hit the tough stuff. So this is only going to be a 2 dice, basically a 2 dice repel, I'll say.
Right. So I have my highest result is a 9.
Okay. And this one is basically, let's say it's a stamina of 2 for this, so it is basically an 8 is the highest result. So you beat it by 1.
2 dice plus 2. I beat it by 1. Okay. So I kind of find the limits of where the software is. I'm assessing the probabilities of what it's willing to hand out, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go past just barely, just dip my toes in the water, and be like, okay, I'm going to go for a small straight, and
Okay.
that small straight's going to be that's going to be a decent win.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to set off any alarms.
Yep. Basically, machine chirps happily. Basically, relatively subdued little tune. Spits out a. Basically, you've got basically it spits out displays. Basically, they're still really pushing for the older style. So it's it's pushing out chips. All the chips are RFID'd though. So basically, you can scan them into your digital wallet if you want to, or you can carry them around if you want the true Wild West experience. TM.
Wow. Yeah.
All rights
Vegas.
reserved.
Vegas in the early 2000s.
Uh-huh.
So I would imagine that we would have radios, some way of communicating with each other. So maybe when Mouse spots our mark, they can relay that to us.
Yeah, they will have said they're at the what did you say they were playing, Mark?
Craps.
Oh, I said
Craps. The
Yeah,
craps
he said craps.
table.
Craps is a great one because it's a social game of basically. And
Okay.
So
They're at the craps table over by and they will explain the location of the craps table so that Maddox and oh my god, why
Toph.
did I forget? Toph can know. Yes.
All right. So, Max, would you like to go introduce yourself to this person?
Happily will do so. So I will
Max, I will basically
step up from my game.
Basically, I will let you know. Basically, you did know the fact that he's got. Basically, they were certain he worked with compatriots, but they weren't able to really give you any identifiers of who that was. So
Okay.
you know that there's a chance that there are others in the area who are basically his allies.
Without any idea who.
But basically, you don't know. Basically, without making a without actually doing a scan, basically, you're not going to be able to pick up on those.
Okay. Yeah, it noted. So I'm gonna walk more or less directly. I'm gonna maybe make it look like I'm gonna walk past them, and then I'm gonna kind of circle right around next to him. Hey, buddy, your name's come up a couple times.
Okay. Basically, so he'll give you he'll kind of give a little bit of a start. Then he'll try to smooth it over. And kind of just flash you a big smile and be like, yep. A big high roller. Basically, are you here looking for a chips? Are you down on your luck, buddy? Basically, it looked like you could use a couple things to get you started. Basically, and so I don't normally do charity stuff, but I'm always willing to help someone out. They need a little bit of starting cash. Basically, because you want to have fun here. You know.
I think you may have mistook my my companion's meaning.
Kind of.
Yeah, I have a reputation to maintain, so I can't take your money as a get out of jail free card, as it were. You really do need to come with us.
Oh, come on, man. Basically, don't start the party before it's even started. Basically, I'm just trying to make sure that everything just goes nice and smooth and nobody has any troubles. Ain't that right, Basically, ain't that right, George? And basically you'll feel somebody kind of bump into you, kind of jostle you a little bit, basically at your side. And basically one of the individuals who is at the
He
craps table,
bounces off.
basically he tries to do the jostle thing, and so he's basically
I will repel the jostle. I'll just hold ground.
basically you want to try and turn this into a kind of a contest of basically like the basically
Yeah.
a little bit. Okay, sure.
He tries to jostle me, and he's going to end up on the ground, ideally. And I'm going to do my
Okay.
absolute best to just make it look like nothing happened. I'm a brick, and he tried to, then he just bounced off of me.
Okay. So we'll do.
So that is D10s,
Yep.
and 3 of them.
He will also do Actually, she will also do a repel as well. He's not as good as you, but we'll give a 2d2. We'll give her 2 dice plus 3. Okay. So her highest is 12. What's your highest?
So we add our stat to it, right?
Correct.
Your stat. Yep. Your,
Yeah, so
your
that's
stature.
Stature. Yeah, so that's a 13 for me.
Okay. And it's also
So
a
not
10.
only do you succeed. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, it's also basically you're also banking that critical. Oh, hey, thanks for the raids on the phone. Appreciate it. Basically,
What's up, Thorn?
we're playing through S&P here. Basically Shadowlight and Persona. We are basically shaking down basically a suspected criminal with our group of bounty hunters here. We'll see how well it works out for them. So basically, she kind of gives you a bump, basically, and you basically kind of use that to knock her off balance, and basically you try to put her to the floor. No one's died properly yet. We're working on it. They're trying to start a fight.
Little bounce. Little bounce, maybe a little hip
Excuse
check.
me. We are trying to apprehend someone and do it as quietly as possible. We are not trying to start a fight at all. If anything,
We're trying to avoid a fight.
we're trying to
Exactly.
avoid one. I guess. Yes, that's.
As all this is happening, by the way, Mouse is quickly but not obviously making her way down to their way down to the table.
Okay. And Roy just shakes his head and says, buddy, basically, I don't think you understand. I've got more friends here than you do. I've been, basically, all these people don't want to see this glorious little party gets interrupted for any reason. Do you, folks? And basically, there will be, most of the people will give a ragged, half-drunk kind of cheer. Most of them have been just mostly paying attention to the craps game, basically tracking the bets, tracking the numbers. The dealer is definitely when someone fell down, the dealer is paying a little bit more attention, basically giving you the hard stare of, is there going to be a problem? But they haven't summoned a pit boss or anything like that yet. And Roy's just you see that? The people here, they're having too much of a good time. If you want to come back later and have some kind of conversation somewhere else, we could totally arrange for something like that.
What were the charges or the justification given to us for coming to collect him?
The full list of charges is ridiculously long because they were obviously nailing him everything. But the solid thing was corporate trespass, corporate
yeah,
espionage
okay.
and or basically theft
Right.
of corporate property.
Right. Okay. So,
There are other things tacked on
well,
about basically harm to systems, harm to property, basically damage to people. Notably, no murder charges.
that's good. That's good. That's good. See, here's the thing. I've heard that you've hurt some people, and the consequences of some of the actions you've done. Your rap sheet is as long as I am. Maybe don't start a thing here. Just come with us quietly, and nobody gets hurt. There's no problem. There's no trouble.
I'm afraid that's not the way that works here.
That's really unfortunate. I say as I put an arm around his neck.
Okay.
Actually, around his neck. Now I'm gonna do it around his. I'm just gonna pin him. Just.
Are you just giving a? It's not just a
Like a
straight.
bear
I'm
hug?
subduing him.
You're
Yep,
give a
big old bear hug,
full
but I'm gonna
bear
subdue
hug.
him
Okay.
so that somebody could put the cuffs on him.
Okay. He is going to attempt to dodge that. So I've got that is 3 dice for Roy. +2.
Oh, that's not good.
Mm.
Oof. I had to tab back over to the dice. Yikes.
Might be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, their total is basically his total is a
That's
7
an
for
884.
dodge. His total
That
is a
sucks
7
to be
for
him.
dodge. So you give him a big ol' hug.
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on.
And he kind of basically he definitely kind of goes like, hey, whoa, buddy, not that kind of place. Basically, he's trying to
Cuffs,
squirm.
please.
He's trying to squirm out of it. So, what are the rest of you doing? Basically, other people are definitely basically starting to notice and starting to get involved, whether just reacting to the situation or possibly other forms of intervention. People are gonna start getting involved.
So I would like to cause a distraction. I'm going to go up to one of the digital casino games,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm basically going to have it. I'm going to go up to a digital slot machine. I'm going to put my hand on it, and I'm going to have it hit, triple cherries, jackpot, ding, 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 spitting out chips.
Nice.
I want security to have their attention drawn by that instead of what's going on at this craps table. So I'm going to challenge with my tinker.
Okay. We'll do another repel. This one's going to be a harder repel. It's going to be a 3+3 probably on the repel, because you're pushing into the harder systems.
And my total is my highest right now is a 13.
It folds like a house of cards. That's an 8. That's an 8 for my highest on that one. You figured out this system. Basically, they cheaped out on the low end. They haven't updated these machines in a while.
And I bank a crit as well.
Yep. Okay. So that's going to happen.
That's good. So lights and bells and winner and chips spitting out and the whole shebang.
You talked about getting security involved, so with that role, did you want it to be obvious that you to corporate security that you've hacked it to do it? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, not only are you getting people's attention for, oh, big machine, chips going, basically chips going, and if you're just leaving the machine, the chips are basically kind of overflowing and starting to spill
Oh
out.
yeah, I'm like walking past. I'm walking past it, just brushing my fingers over the top of it, and
Okay.
then kaboom.
Cool. So basically, so security is definitely starting to respond to that incident. Basically, we've got a hacking incident. We've also got a small risk, and people are mostly focusing in over there. Basically, 20 in
Great
maps.
diversion.
What are they doing?
Mouse is trying to slip the cuffs on what's his name
Okay.
as Maddox has him pinned, trying to get him subdued.
Okay. Okay.
So Mouse has a crit banked, so Mouse could just spend the crit to say that they succeed on that automatically.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Spend the crit. Cuff the mark.
Okay. So basically, you do that, and then basically, while you're doing that, basically, so most of the casino floor is paying attention to the chips in the incident.
Chips
Basically-
spraying everywhere.
Basically, even the dealer, the pit boss, everything. Yep, hard stop at 5. Basically, but there is basically, you do notice that there's the lady on the floor who's definitely starting to move, and she is going to go for Maddox's legs, essentially. Maddox? Am I saying that right? Okay.
Maddox, yes.
Max or Maddox? Okay, we got both.
Maddox.
Maddox. Okay, cool. Basically, they're going to start trying to basically take Maddox's legs out from under them from the floor. And you notice that there's one other person who's who's not paying attention to the other chaos and is focused exclusively on you and is starting to draw. So basically, you will notice that kind of start to happen, and so basically, this is probably I would say this is probably an initiative type situation, and basically I don't know if we need a formal initiative for this one, and from what I've read, S&P doesn't necessarily say you have to have a formal initiative if the situation doesn't call for it. You can do it round robin. You can create an initiative skill if you want to basically do a more standard one. I'm fine doing this as a little bit more round robin, basically. So
what I would say is that who is the person that's going for Maddox's legs?
The lady that jostled immediately.
George.
George. Okay.
Yeah.
So is George trying to get Maddox to let go of the mark?
Yes.
Okay. Then that would be so George is challenging. So George is going to roll something to get Roy free, and Maddox is going to respond in some way.
Mm-hmm. Basically, that is going to be we'll make that a repel check. Basically, I think I'm going off of Slugger for. I guess Slugger is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe Breaker. Maybe Breaker's a better one. Breaker's the more physical combat. Okay, we'll do that one.
You can call it heft.
Yep.
You can call it heft. You can call it strike. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, we'll call it half. We're going for just brute force, rip your legs out from underneath you. So, how do you want to basically? I don't believe I dictate the oppose. I believe you can. Basically, you get to choose how you.
The opponent gets to choose their skill, how they want to respond.
So, Maddox, basically, your legs are getting ripped out from underneath you. If you continue to try to hold on to Roy,
Steal.
you're probably going to have to
I'm not
yield
falling.
1. Because
Can I steal myself against this, or?
Yes, basically, I'm just saying if you're stealing yourself and trying
Yeah.
to hold on,
Yep.
you're going to yield 1.
I'm going
Basically,
to.
meaning you'll take the second highest.
Okay.
Because you're at a little bit of a disadvantage just because of the fact that your hands are occupied.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna re-roll that. I can roll. I re-roll just 1 die on a re-roll, right? So I would re-roll just the 6.
If you're spending you are using an enhancement to reroll.
Yeah, an enhancement.
Correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so
that is
then,
correct.
yes, you choose which one you're going to re-roll.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll. Here we go. A D10.
So which one are you re-rolling?
All right. So it's the 6. Yep.
Okay.
So that gives me a pair of 7s, which become 10s. Pair of 10s.
Wow, we are rolling strong here. I'm not quite sure why there's 4 dice listed there when I rolled 3, but okay. Oh, it's just the 3 is just part of it. Okay, cool. If I rolled a 1, a 4, and a 4. So that is a 7 total for them versus yours, which is
10.
10. Okay, so basically, she just kind of pivots on the floor and just tries basically a nice tactical leg sweep, basically, and she just slams into your into your ankles, and basically, and you just turn into it, and basically you can see a flinch of pain as basically you make it into a nasty basically bone on flesh contact, and you've practiced for this sort of thing, and she just kind of flinches away, basically in pain, obviously having basically damaged something. Okay. So
is there a chance that some of these security might be robots?
I'd say yes. Basically, given the style of this, given the style of this casino and the tech we've seen, there's probably a couple of them. They haven't hired all of them, but they've got a couple sprinkled in because they want someone to be able to take care of the more rowdy people.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go over to one of the robot security guards, and I'm going to reach out and say and point. And as I'm pointing, I'm going to go and I'm going to like put my hand on their arm, and I'm going to point and I'm going to say, that woman over there is a danger to everyone here, and I'm going to try and override their programming and take control of them.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Nice.
So that's a 13.
Yeah, it's a 13, and we'll go with another 3 repel because they don't want their security being overridden. So that's got a decent shot. But again, rolling not my strong point today. That's an 8 versus basically yours. And so, again, with ease, basically, these people have not heard of BIOS, basically not heard of updating their software, and they're just running stock stuff with stock passwords. There's going to sticker on the back. Password is still the same one.
Password is yeehaw.
Oh no.
Password is Louvre.
I am overriding the programming on this and pointing out that this security guards needs to go and rough up George.
Okay. So it surges forward and basically is detaining George. So you've taken care of that one. Basically Maddox has got Roy in a clinch, and basically 20 has handcuffed them. Basically, or Mouse has handcuffed them. So Mouse, you've noticed that there's still one other person, and they look like they're trying to escalate the situation. How do you want to handle it?
Is this the one that's beginning to draw?
Yep.
Where are they in relation to me?
They're like one table over. They were like hanging out at a poker table, and they've kind of basically done the stand up turn and basically knocked the chair over that they were sitting in. Basically, and are basically reaching for a piece.
One moment.
Would you like me to offer you a suggestion?
No, I'm reading
Okay.
and making deductions.
Okay.
I'm gonna use quick exit to take advantage of the crazy crowd movement that is going on because chips! And try to get around behind this other assailant with my blackjack out.
Okay.
So that is what I would like to do. How do I do it?
Okay. You're going to challenge.
So you're going to roll sneak.
Okay, I'll roll sneak, because quick exit is my enhancement.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So sneak is free.
Yep, but you still have to roll it though. So you unlock it, which lets you improve the rating. So
Yes.
what this says is now you can roll it, and you go up against the person with the best discern, and if you succeed, then nobody, whether it be the Roy, would be George, whether it be this guy who's drawing a gun at the next table over, none of them see where you go. You just vanish.
Okay, so I roll 3d10.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And then add 3 to the, so you've got an 8. You're starting with an 8.
8 is my best.
And the best they've got is also a 3. We'll see if my ability to roll actually shows up. Kind of. What is Roy's? Roy's discern is 2, so it's 3 plus 2. So that means it's a tie at 8.
Yep. So now
Tie goes to the runner?
No.
Basically, it drops down. Basically, it drops down to the next one.
So I had 4 plus 3 is 7.
Yep. And they're also at 5 plus 2, which is 7. I think we're gonna tie
go to the
all
next
the way
one.
down because it's 2 plus 2, which is 4, and you're 1 plus 3, which is 4.
Yep.
Which means we get to talk about what happens when you go through all the dice.
Basically, you just re-roll.
Okay.
Oh.
Try again.
Okay.
The only time that it would matter is if you had different ratings. So if Mouse had a sneak of 3 and this guy at the other table only had a 2, then Mouse would have won because of having more dice.
Okay. All right. So that resolves basically to a 9 and a 7, I believe. Because it's 6 plus 3 and basically a 5 plus 2. Mouse succeeds.
Yeah.
Mouse vanishes. And basically is going to pop up behind the person with the gun and is going to give them 40 whacks.
So, technically speaking, everybody has 3 actions on their turn. So Mouse can start off by doing the quick exit, and then come back in, and because of the fact that this guy at the other table is unaware of them, can, with the automatic, basically, when you attack challenge an opponent, they're unaware of you, you automatically succeed, you automatically inflict an injury.
Surprise attack. Yes. So, do I need to roll then for the injury?
No, you automatic. It's automatic
Yep.
because they don't know you quick exited.
Yep.
Got it. So, boom.
And these are basically we're going to call these mooks as opposed to Roy. And so basically we'll take the single injury as a knockdown. So basically basically it pops up behind them and they're drawing, and basically you can see their eyes get wide as they realize they don't have a target anymore. And basically you can give a quick one-liner if you want if the last thing they hear before going into unconsciousness.
Nah. Mouse doesn't have anything to say.
Okay. Just basically the whistling of the blackjack is the last thing they hear before all is darkness. So basically security is wrestling George down. We'll say Sam over here is basically on the floor taking a brief dirt nap.
A brief dirt nap.
Yeah. I mean
whatever that carpeting is, like the the really cheap stuff.
Ooh. Nobody wants to be on the floor of a casino carpet.
No.
Ooh.
Taking the floor like a pro.
My skin itches just thinking about it.
yeah. Especially not a cheap casino like this. No, they're gonna wake up with several problems. But in any case, basically, I'm assuming at this point you guys are gonna make your exit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So basically, as we're approaching on time, we would normally basically you might do a little bit more with this, but you will exit them out. Basically get them back to the ship. And basically the cliffhanger we'll leave it on is like, no man, you've got to see what's inside the case though. You'd feel differently if you just knew what was inside. And that is where we will end. Is basically getting opened and all of you basically wide eyes. Basically, as you actually see what's inside. All right, so
Nice.
we are approaching our 5 o'clock deadline, so we will basically go ahead and basically end that there. But basically, that is what kind of a brief little session of what S&P looks like. Thank you so much, Craig, for walking us through this.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Giving us guidance
Appreciate
and all
it.
of that.
You're welcome, and thank you guys for giving me the space to showcase it.
Absolutely.
And so I'm hoping that there's going to be an online convention coming up in a couple of weeks called Con Zero, which is
Nice.
the intention of it was that originally it happened at the same time as Gen Con, so it was called FOMO for Gen Con. So anybody that couldn't make Gen Con showed up to FOMO Con. But then somebody found out that FOMOCon apparently refers to something else, so they decided to rename it Con Zero. But it's happening at the same time as PAX Unplugged. I'm confident, I'm pretty confident that I'll be running this. So if it goes off, then I'm definitely going to. If there's any way that you can share your templates with me, or give me some guidance on how to set everything up for myself in LoreLink, yeah, I would love to do that.
Sure.
To be able to turn around and return the favor. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
But
we'll pass
I had a blast, and I appreciate you guys very much for, like I said, for taking the time out and walking through everything with me.
No problem. Thanks for willing to come on and share it. Basically, we've got your link tree there in the chat. Basically, it's got your newsletter. It's got your itch.io page if you're interested in checking this out. And I know basically the pre-gens we talked about here. There is a pre-gen campaign frame. Basically, that's not exactly this setting.
I don't know if you decided. I was gonna say I don't know if that was was it coincidental that we decided to go with a space game, or did you? I
use it as a jumping off point. Basically, just says I'm like, oh, that's it. Space makes sense, and it makes it a little bit easier. We got something which has already got some. Basically, you've got your work in there already. Basically, I wanted to still walk through creating a campaign and things like that to show off how that kind of the nice steps you've got in there for handling that. So, basically check all that stuff out there. Basically, glad you could join us. And as always, we are LoreLink, and so if you're interested in any of the cool stuff I've been basically saw me typing away, basically putting in basically all the character information. Basically, I quickly fleshed out the golden nugget. Basically throwing out ideas while we were sitting and talking and listening, so I could basically track those things. I've got tags and villains, so I could basically quickly keep track of those notes, and I didn't have to stop and interrupt things to basically track all that. Basically, all that is available basically on our website. If you go there, our Get Started page will show you basically how to sign up for basically a free trial. Our free trial is basically 2 free campaigns with some limits to it. Basically paid campaigns get all the additional really cool features, like the templating that I was showing off here is one of our paid features, for example. But you can check those out. Basically, Get Started, check it out there. Basically, if you're interested in our newsletter and things like that, if you want to get monthly briefings on all the cool stuff we're doing, whether it's cool guests, cool streams, or just cool features we're adding to LoreLink, check out our newsletter there. And of course, we have a Blue Sky account if you want to basically get joined in a more free-flowing conversation, basically where we talk about basically repost all the cool stuff that's going on there, like games like this when they come out in the Tractor Eye, Kickstarters from other guests that we've had on, etc., etc. So check us out there. And basically we'll be back next Tuesday. With, I think, Mike, you're running next Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Next Tuesday, I am going to be hosting. 2 seconds. I'm going to be hosting Emily Frazier with Weapons Grade Funk to talk about 2 of her games. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be fantastic.
Awesome. So basically, we'll have check all of that out there. Basically, and of course, as always, if you want to show appreciation for the stream and things like that, following the people we support is great. Following our Blue Sky account is great. Following us here on Twitch gives you notifications and lets you know what we're doing. Basically, subscribing to us is always just a nice tip. Basically, never required, always appreciated. And if you're watching this later, basically, or you caught part of it, you want to catch more of it later, we do, basically, all of this is also co-streamed to YouTube. You can check out the entire stream there. And if you're watching it there, basically, liking, subscribing, and commenting on the videos is always great ways to boost us over there as well. So again, thank you so much for watching. Basically, again, thank you to Craig for basically bringing this to us and basically walking us through it. And basically, everyone have a great night.
Thank you all. Bye.